Well, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 18, 2014 meeting of the Edina City Council and the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett.
Here.
Member Brindle.
Here.
Member Sprague.
Here.
Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. We have in front of us this evening a form of meeting agenda. Is there anyone who wishes to modify or change the meeting agenda? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the agenda as shown.
I'll move.
Second.
We got a motion and a second to adopt the meeting agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next, we have a series of items under the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda? Hearing nothing, is there? All right.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the consent agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now, I thought I saw, there's Jason. We're in the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda, so we've got Gregory Banco and Jason Doctor from Southview Middle School with us this evening to talk a little bit about the upcoming Southview Middle School 4th Annual Taste of Southview Cultural Celebration. We've got some folks with us. Okay, you guys want to come up? Come on up, and we'll hear about it from everybody. And would you give us your name,
name Jason Doctor. I'm the assistant principal at Southview. Last year, Mr. Banco and I had the honor to basically extend this invitation to you. And at that time, we thought, it really probably wasn't appropriate for us to come. And so we thought this next year, we're going to bring some students to do that job for us. And we have 3 students here present that will introduce themselves and extend the invitation, explain the taste of Southview to you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Doctor. Ladies, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Mayla Casa.
I'm Megan Conca.
And I'm Maddie Banks, and we're all in 9th grade. We thank you for letting us present for the next few minutes about the Taste of Southview coming up on March 13th.
Southview Middle School has created this opportunity to recognize and celebrate our diverse cultures and heritage. The Taste of Southview is our school's opportunity to enjoy and learn from one another, as well as share who we are culturally.
This is our chance to bring the community and school together, as well as create an event for families to meet, intermingle, and socialize over music, visual artistry, and a wide variety of food.
Being myself as an open enrollment student, I have felt more accepted throughout the Taste of Southview because I noticed more diversity in how everyone is more accepted throughout the Taste of Southview. And just a reminder, Taste of Southview is on March 13th, 6:30 to 8. Thank you.
All right, so March 13th, 6:30 to 8, and it's at Southview. It's in the cafeteria. Last year it was in the cafeteria. We'll be there again. All right. And why don't you comment about how many different different cuisines we'll see from around the world? I think that's very interesting.
I don't actually have an exact number, but I know from being there from the last 3 years that there are a lot of different foods.
Seems to me one year there were close to 40 different stations for folks, and it's a great event. So I really appreciate you. The whole entire council appreciates you 3 coming. You explain things beautifully, and some of us will, or maybe all of us will try to be there. So thanks, ladies.
Thank you.
And now, Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to take this opportunity to introduce you to our new fire chief. He's actually a guy that some of you may be familiar with because he did spend almost 20 years here before he left to go to one town over. And we had the good fortune to be able to attract Mr. Tom Schmitz back to become our fire chief. And this was his first day. So I'd like Tom to come up and introduce himself to you and maybe just tell a little bit about himself and what his plans are for our fire department. Chief Schmitz.
Chief, welcome.
Mayor, council members, city staff, today was a great day. I enjoyed the welcome I had, and I walked in the station this morning. It was like walking back into the house after being gone for just a few days. Hard to believe it was 2.5 years ago when I left. But I'm very excited. I'm excited to be back in Edina. I'm looking forward to leading the organization, both police and, fire department and the building department. I'm not going to take care of the police.
The new police chief's back there.
Chief, arrest him.
He's still here. That's good to see.
Yeah. He's secure, but maybe not quite that secure.
Right.
So.
But really looking forward to it. I'm very excited to be back, seeing all the guys back, and looking forward to working with the community, and looking forward to working with the leadership staff. So.
Thanks, Chief. We look forward to working with you as well.
Great. Thank you.
All right.
Tom's pretty well recognized among his peer group, in particular for his work in training and education of firefighters. And we should feel very fortunate to have him back on our team. And we've been able to get somebody who can walk in day one and really start to be the fire chief with very little supervision, which is always good in my book too. Thanks.
All right. Thanks, Chief. And next, on special recognitions and presentations, Jordan Gilgenbach has the Speak Up Edina monthly report information for us. Jordan, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here tonight to present the findings from the January topic from Speak Up Edina, the city's civic engagement site. The topic that month was on food trucks. As you know, Speak Up Edina is our civic engagement site from the city, which launched in June 2012. The site has had more than 8,500 people visit 13,600 times, and has since been the host to past discussions for the Name Your Neighborhood discussion and for residential redevelopment. Like I said in January, our discussion was on food trucks. We asked these following questions on the discussion, anything from should they be allowed on a normal basis besides just during events? Should there be protections for brick and mortar or existing restaurants in the city? If they should be restricted to certain areas, such as 50th and France or not in 50th and France. If maybe we should limit the number of licenses available every year, and when they should be allowed, if it should just be a summer, if it should be a year-round thing, or just during special events like it is now. The discussion opened on December 29, 2013, just before the new year, and closed on February 1st, 2014. During that time, 99 comments were made on the discussion. It had 1,100 unique visitors, total of about 1,500 visits during that month, and about 67% of those users were new users. This discussion, it gained a lot of attention online. It was featured on the City Page's Hot Dish blog. It was on the Minnesota Business Magazine's blog, as well as Edina Patch and Edina Sun Current. There was a lot of traffic from Twitter on this, and most notably, it was tweeted about by Andrew Zimmern, who is, I believe, still an Edina resident, host of the Travel Channel's Bizarre Foods. So that was a neat deal. He has close to, I think, 600,000 followers on Twitter. This is kind of a synopsis of what the general summarization of what people thought of these questions. There was kind of a mixed bag of comments that came through. There's a full listing of all of the comments that were provided in your staff report from Speak Up Edina, from Twitter, from Facebook, and from the City Pages blog. There were a lot of comments on there. Anything though from pro food trucks, it's a great way for residents to get outside and enjoy the city. It really helps with the entrepreneurial feel of the city, they say it attracts people to come to the city. People who are not in favor of the food trucks were really turned off by them because of the noise and how they create smells and trash, and people need seating. Streets are already congested, especially in areas like 44th and France and 50th and France and the Southdale area. And there's a quote here, somebody said that they love food trucks, but they don't think that they belong in suburbia as a permanent fixture. And then there were also issues about taxation that were brought up, whether or not these food trucks would pay the same taxes that brick and mortar restaurants would. In addition to whether or not they'd like to see them or whether they wouldn't like to see them, there were also some suggestions that were brought up or some ideas for consideration, such as encouraging the food trucks to compete more with caterers, zoning them out of certain areas of the city, or having them focus on certain areas. The possibility of doing like a food truck night or something where people could, experience the food truck style once in a while in a certain designated area, such as a park, and possibly borrow from structures, from food truck structures such as from Minneapolis, Evansville, Illinois, Madison, Wisconsin, Portland, Oregon, and Chicago. And again, the taxation issue was brought up. But like I said, there's a full listing of all of those comments in your staff report. And then we move into the February discussion, which is currently ongoing, which is on the food to liquor sales ratio for restaurants, open until February 28th. And we're asking kind of what residents feel about the 60-40 rule. Should it be revised? And maybe instead of revising the actual ratio, maybe we revise the penalty structure instead. So it's an interesting discussion that's going on through February 28th. With that, if you have any questions on the last two, yes.
A couple, just observations. When I'm looking at something like this, at least from a council point of view, it's really helpful if I know which comments are made by my Edina residents for what they want, one. Two, there's a whole list from the food trucks. Well, of course they want to come in, so that one. But is there any way to differentiate a resident from just someone who's been told, quick blog for me because I want to get my cupcake truck in Edina?
There would be if I'd have to go into every single person that comments on it into their individual account on the Speak Up Edina site because they have to validate their email address and it asks for an address.
Okay.
So I could go in and just make a note on each person if they're an Edina resident or if they're not, whichever is easier.
That sounds like a lot of work. Can you ask a question to them? Are you an Edina resident, and hope for truthfulness at least on a percentage of it?
Yep, I can ask that.
I don't know. Just for me, for garnering information that's helpful.
Yep.
Not that it isn't just the Edina residents, but certainly they're my primary focus.
Sure.
Other questions? Member Bennett?
Yes, thank you. Given the relationship between the number of people who visited the site and the number and times and the people who actually commented, do we know why people visited but didn't participate in the discussion? Is there any capture of that information?
Not really. We see that a lot with civic engagement, that there are a lot of passive people who passively participate just by reading the comments, but they don't actively participate. I'm not sure why that is. Maybe they're not comfortable, or maybe they just see an idea that they agree with but don't bother writing that they agree with it. That's a tough question to answer.
Sure, and I know you addressed this in writing to the council, but we received an email from a resident, who said that in her case, the reason why she didn't participate was because she would have had to connect via her Facebook page, and she didn't want that. We know from the ongoing articles in the paper that there are some concerns about privacy setting with Facebook and the kind of information that it allows going back and forth. So can you please comment on that and how somebody who is a Facebook user could be part of this discussion without revealing information they don't want to reveal?
Yep. So the Speak Up Edina site, which is run by a company called Granicus, they offer two ways to sign in. You can sign in just using your email and name, which is the least privacy intrusive way, or you can connect with Facebook. It's just an easy one-click button to sign in through Facebook, and it collects certain data from your account to create your account. However, in talking with Granicus staff today, they only use that info to create your account. They don't sell any of it. They don't provide it to third-party vendors that I'm aware of. But yeah, those are the two big ways that they can participate.
So just to clarify, if someone has a Facebook page that is linked to from their email address, if they try to sign in with just their name and email, they don't have to link to their Facebook
It's not required, no. Nope, it's not required. This specific instance, this person had several accounts created under different email addresses, and it's possible she forgot that she had an account. So she tried to recreate a new one that was already linked with a Facebook account, and so it kicked her back out and said, you need to sign in with the one that exists. So that's what I think may have happened in that one.
Your Honor? I think it might be helpful to explain why we're doing this. This community engagement was one of the key council goals for this year, and part of what we hope to accomplish with the Speak Up Edina, and specifically in this format, is to provide, to try to create some more civic engagement infrastructure in the community, and to show that yes, we're doing this online, and sometimes things are a little ephemeral online, but now there's actually something that happens with this participation that takes place in this online dialogue. It gets recorded, it gets presented to the council in a formal council meeting. We want to try to build that kind of infrastructure among the folks in the community, so that when we have other sorts of community engagement opportunities, we have a level of seriousness out there perhaps that we don't have right now.
Thank you. Anyone else on the council have anything for Jordan? All right. Thanks for that update.
Thank you.
Appreciate the information. We've got 3 public hearings this evening. The first one involves the community development block grant money that gets allocated to our community through Hennepin County. It's a federal program, but Hennepin County administers it, I think, for cities of a certain size, and we happen to be one of the cities that receives our allocation through Hennepin County, and Joyce Repia is here this evening, is going to walk us through the recommendations here with respect to the monies that we would be receiving. Joyce, welcome.
I need my AV assistant, Director T. Thank you very much. Mayor Hovland, members of the council, the CDBG program is federally funded, and it's administered by HUD. They charge Hennepin County to then distribute the funds to communities whose populations are less than 50,000. The funds must be directed toward improving housing opportunities and providing a suitable living environment for persons of low and moderate incomes. And the projects funded through CDBG must be either public service or community development projects. Edina's 2014 allotment for planning purposes is $124,671, the final budget approved for 2013. Last year when planning, we used the 2012 final budget of $110,285, and luckily, the finalized budget increased by 13% to the $124,671 that we're working with today. We can only hope that when HUD finalizes the 2014 budget later this spring, that we will again see a benefit toward the budget so we can provide even more assistance to these agencies. Addressing the public service requests, HUD requires that the city's budget not exceed 15% of the total, which for 2014 allows for $18,700 assisting the following agencies who have provided services to our community for many years. You will notice that all of their requests match their final funding that they received in 2013. Senior Community Services Home Program, and HOME stands for Housing and Outside Maintenance for the Elderly, provide housekeeping, chore services, and outside maintenance assistance for Edina seniors 60 and older who pay for the services on a sliding fee scale. In 2013, 64 seniors benefited with 743 jobs totaling 1,831 hours. In 2014, Senior Community Services anticipates that with extensive marketing and project refinements, they will increase services to 80 seniors. The proposed distribution to Senior Community Services is $10,095. A distribution of $5,000 is proposed for CAPSH. CAPSH stands for Community Action Partnership for Suburban Hennepin, which provides full-cycle home ownership, energy assistance, free legal services and tax preparation, employment counseling, and financial and budget counseling. In 2014, they foresee 10 households benefiting from the home foreclosure counseling, 6 households taking advantage of the home buyer education, 8 households utilizing the home purchase counseling, 4 households using the reverse mortgage counseling, and 2 households benefiting from the home repair and maintenance program. Lastly, we are recommending to again direct $3,605 to Homeline, which provides tenant advocacy services for Edina renters facing critical situations that threaten their housing security. Homeline provides a tenant hotline, which in 2013 received 110 Edina renter household calls. Those working the hotline include 5 full-time and 1 half-time attorney, along with 50 to 75 law student volunteers. In 2014, Homeline anticipates consistent activity on the hotline, providing assistance to up to 250 residents. They also anticipate preventing about 6 evictions, saving those families over $15,000 in return security deposits and rent abatements. Funding for rehabilitation for private property and the West Hennepin Affordable Housing Land Trust Program, which has a community land trust model, is where we're proposing to put the community development block grant funds, and that is the remaining 85% of our budget, or $105,971. The $50,000 that we are directing toward the rehabilitation of private property program will provide a deferred repayment loans of up to $30,000 to make structural improvements to owner-occupied single-family homes. Eligibility for the program is based on a household income schedule established by HUD for the Minneapolis-St. Paul area for 2014, and currently for a 4-person household, the maximum income is $63,900. Hennepin County facilitates this program and has advised us that we currently have 3 households that are participating in the program, and we foresee that with these additional funds, we'll be able to assist another 3 to 8 households. We do currently not have a waiting list, which is unusual, and it's good, but it's also something that I think we need to address. I foresee an article in our About Town to get the word out that this program does exist. We've assisted since 1974 when this it is a problem for people, but when this program started, we've helped over 200 households maintain their homes, so it really is a viable program that we're fortunate that we're able to continue to provide these funds. The remaining $55,971 of the community development funds are proposed to go toward WALT, or West Hennepin Affordable Housing Land Trust, for their Homes Within Reach program. These funds will assist them to purchase a 10th home in Edina utilizing the community land trust model, which basically removes the market value of the land from the mortgage equation, thus reducing the cost of the home for a working family by approximately 30 to 50%. In the comprehensive plan, the city identified a commitment to the community land trust model as one of the strategies to advance affordable housing in the community, and to that end, since 2007, Edina has provided $747,350 of CDBG money to aid West Hennepin Affordable Housing Land Trust to purchase, rehabilitate, and resell 9 Edina homes to income-eligible borrowers. We are fortunate to have representatives from the requesting agencies here this evening to answer any questions you may have, and I, too, would be happy to provide any additional information.
Good. Questions for Joyce?
I actually
Member
have just a question of process. Since I sit on the board of directors of CAPSH, is there a problem for me to vote on this as a member of the board of directors?
I don't know if everyone here knows Elliot Knash. Elliot was with the Campbell Knutson firm, and he occasionally visits our council when Roger Knutson's not available. But Elliot?
Thank you for that introduction. And as to the question, I would say that two things. One, I don't believe you have a legal conflict that would prevent a vote since you don't have any interest in the funds. But you are certainly free as a personal choice to abstain if you're more comfortable doing that.
But it is an unpaid position that I think.
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
it's very much an
Having
unpaid position.
been in that unpaid position for 4 years and then asking Mary to take it
Yeah.
over.
Yeah, I just, it's more in full disclosure than anything else, because I'm happy to vote on it, so, thank you.
Other questions for Joyce?
Looks great.
Member Bennett?
With regard to CAPS, Joyce, the others are really coming in just exactly as they have, and CAPS really is too. Just a note for folks, Community Action Partnership for Suburban Hennepin is really a safety net for a lot of people who just need that help with figuring out how they can stay in their house, how they can buy a house, and how they can find a job. Those are just three things. There is one more thing that is beginning to take their time, and that is to be navigators for health insurance.
Oh, great.
And so as we move forward to next year, I think that's an area that we'll probably see a good amount of their time going toward. So that's really a more a comment than a question, just to let you know.
That's good news.
Good, thanks. I'm going to open this matter up for, Member Bennett.
Yes, thank
Excuse
you.
me.
Ms. Rapia, thank you for the materials, the historic materials, the things that help put stuff in context. I note from the chart that you provided in the early pages that the history of community development block grant funding is one in which over the last half of the last decade we've really seen a disappearance of some of the funding. And I know that it's related to federal budget issues, but I wonder if you can comment on how that has fit and affected or been affected by some of the changes that we're seeing in our own community.
Right, right. Member Bennett, you're absolutely correct. The Community Development Block Grant Program has been in jeopardy of not even existing for the past decade, and we feel very fortunate that we are continuing to receive these funds. I think these the agencies that provide these services have really been very creative in finding other funding sources beyond the CDBG program, and they've had to, because as you saw in that chart that I provided in your packet, we used to receive $174,000 at some point, and now we're down to we've lost $50,000. And so it really is, these agencies, I just have to applaud them in their creativity in finding other funding sources to help serve our community.
Again, noting that it's part of the federal budget, it looks like the height was 2010, as you mentioned, almost $174,000, with the low being 2012 and a drop to $110,000, and now some of a restoration with $124,000, almost $125,000 proposed. But our community certainly has not become smaller during that time, and I think that our residents have been hit by the economy, as have residents of all of our neighboring cities as well.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right. I'm going to open this matter up for public hearing, and to the extent there are folks here from Home or CAPS or Homeline or West Hennepin Land Trust, welcome those folks to come forward, as long with anyone else that wants to testify. Please give us your full name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Deb Taylor. I'm the CEO with Senior Community Services, and our nonprofit organization is located at 10201 Wayzata Boulevard, Suite 335 in Minnetonka, 55305. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, and City staff. It's a privilege to be here tonight. I want to share with you 3 big changes that have taken place at Senior Community Services and 3 big changes that have taken place with our household and outside maintenance for elderly program. The first is, many of you may know Ben Withart. He had been our executive director for over 35 years, and Ben has now since retired, and I was appointed CEO this summer. The same week I was appointed CEO, we sold our building and relocated our office. And we went through a rebranding process. This was our old logo. And as you can see, it just says SCS, and it looks like perhaps a pack of cigarettes on top of that. And so we went through a rebranding process, and we have a new logo now that spells out Senior Community Services, and we have a new tagline, which is Reimagine Aging. The 3 big changes with the home program include the retirement of our longtime program director, Kitty Engel, who was here last year, and we have a new program director, Sue Gallis, who has been with the agency for 28 years. We centralized the home program. We combined what we had, a Home South and Home North office, and we centralized all operations in our new facility. And lastly, we have changed the way we refer to home now because people don't know what home is, what home stands for. So now we're spelling it out, household and outside maintenance for elderly. The funding that we receive in CDBG funds for the home program, household and outside maintenance for elderly, we use that to leverage other funds to support the program. Many funders look to see if there is local community support for the program. And through CDBG funding in the city of Edina, we are able to show that and leverage other funding. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have about Senior Community Services or about the household and outside maintenance for elderly program.
Questions for Ms. Taylor? Member Bennett?
Ms. Taylor, what are you seeing in terms of the population you've served and the population you're serving? What kinds of changes, what things have not changed?
Well, we know that baby boomers are turning 65 at the rate of 10,000 people a day nationwide. We know that baby boomers' needs are going to be different than the current seniors we're serving right now, so we're planful for that. What we are seeing is that seniors on fixed incomes cannot afford to pay full market rate for snow removal, and that's been very popular lately. They cannot pay full market rate for painting services, homemaking, home maintenance, and so home program really makes a difference in whether they can stay in their homes and still remain in their own homes, in their own neighborhoods, and in their own communities. And each year we do an annual survey, and this year we had a goal of 85% of the people we serve would be satisfied with their program services, and it came back 96% were satisfied or very satisfied with the services. And 96% said it helped them to remain in their own homes.
Other questions for Ms. Taylor? Otherwise, I've got, I want to hook you up with Lori Severson from the Edina Chamber. We are working right now on something that is very close to what you're doing. I'm looking at your presentation here, and you talk about let's reimagine aging. In connection with AARP,
yes.
Edina is going to look at Life Reimagined Edina, which is Life Reimagined is a trademark of AARP.
It is.
But they are looking for a pilot program city, and one of the people that's contracted to assist AARP is a fellow named Richard Leiter, who has his office in Edina and a longtime Edina resident. So with some of the hospitals, with the city, with the chamber, we're going to try to figure out what the structure of this Life Reimagined might be for folks as they go through this aging process. So I'm going to give her your contact information, and I think we should get you in the communications loop here as we move forward with this pilot.
We would love to be part of that. And if I may, I would like to leave my first newsletter and our brochures for the home program with our new branding with
Good, great.
Deb, our
If
city
you would
clerk.
hand those to the clerk, and
Okay.
then she'll make sure we get them. All right, thanks, Ms. Taylor. Anyone here from Capture Homeline? You don't look like Carol Watson to me.
Not Carol Watson.
No.
My name is Dan Park. I'm a housing counselor at CAPS.
Thanks, Sam.
And thank you, Mayor Hovland, for having us here. We thank you for your support and longstanding partnership with CAPS, Housing Education and Counseling Services for low to moderate income residents for Edina. CAPS is in fact requesting $5,000 in continued assistance for full cycle homeownership programs that contribute to the stability of the city of Edina. CAPS is the only HUD approved housing counseling agency in suburban Hennepin County. We served 22 households, a total of about estimated 345 individuals in 2013. Program included foreclosure prevention. It looks like also home buyer education, homeowner counseling, home buyer counseling, reverse mortgage counseling, and unfortunately this last year there was no home repair, but we anticipate a couple will be coming this next forthcoming year. Other programs we do have is emergency transitional housing case management, energy assistance, food support application assistance and education, free legal services, tax filing assistance and immigration services, administrator for Eden Prairie car repair, and as Mary had mentioned there, it was MNsure is another thing that is really starting to catch on quite a bit here. We don't really know fully what that will entail, but it's definitely starting to get going.
Questions for Sam? All right, good. Thanks, Sam. Anyone from Homeline? Yes, sir.
Hello, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Samuel Spade. I'm one of the housing attorneys that works at Homeline. I'm here just to speak briefly about who we are in our work in Edina and to request and thank you for your continuing support of Homeline. You already given a very brief description of what we do, and I just want to add to it and say that every day we speak with callers from around the state of Minnesota, many of them from Edina, and they really are grateful for talking with us, and our advice does help them. I can say that both anecdotally, being the person they often are speaking with, and through the studies and research that we've done into our impact and the advice that we've given. And I just want to say on the best days, because we're not always able to give the advice that maybe they want to hear. Sometimes we have to give bad news. But even on those times, we're able to help them plan for their future and let them know their options. But on the best days, we get to go home knowing that we've helped people and prevented homelessness in the worst case scenarios. Just a few trends to talk about. Unfortunately, foreclosures have gone up again this year, at least the number of calls that we're taking regarding foreclosures at Homeline. And we've had a higher number of low-income people calls as well as female-headed households. But we have also taken more calls this year than in the last few years. The numbers are up, I think, significantly from last year, around 20% or so higher. And at this point, if you have any questions for me, I'd love to answer them.
Josh.
In terms of tenant advocacy, what are the most common questions you receive from your callers? What topics come up?
Well, it depends on what area you're looking at. Statewide, the top three are always evictions, repairs, and security deposits. Mm-hmm. In specific areas, it may change a little bit. For example, in Edina, 2013, repairs is number one. And then security deposits, break leases, and evictions were all the next four down. I believe in the pack we have a list of the top 10 calls, and that's it gives a good example of the types of calls we take on a daily basis as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right, thank you, Samuel.
Thank you very much.
And anyone here from West Hennepin Affordable Housing Land Trust? Oh, there's Janet.
My name's Janet Linbo, and I work at Homes Within Reach, or preferably WALT. It's not the person behind us. It's Homes Within Reach. I have to do a better job of using that name. I thank you for letting me come and speak with you tonight. You've been a fabulous support for our program in which we implemented Homes Within Reach in 2007. and we created 2 affordable homes. And then over the period of time from 2007 to 2013, we created an additional 6, and we bought our 9th in the end of 2013. We also did our first foreclosure. And when you ask about what are the issues facing us in today's market, especially with funding, we've had to go out and look for additional funding. And one of the areas has been with funding from Minnesota Housing for the land value for closed property. And we were able to use that in one of the properties that we purchased last year in Edina. And we have sold that home with a family who worked here, and it's truly been a success. So I'd like to thank you for, number one, continuing to support us as the funding does dwindle. We're looking for additional funding in areas of government resources, but also on the private side as well. We're doing another fundraising on May 17th of this year at the Arboretum in Chanhassen, and you'll hear more and more about that. But that's something we're reaching out to the private market.
Questions for Ms. Limbaugh? Member Sprague.
More of a comment. I just saw a National Association of Realtors chart on housing affordability, and it was extremely low at the nadir of the recession. But now, as that chart is starting to fill in, is that your experience on a local level as well? Are you hearing more? I mean, rates are still low, prices have gone up, but are you hearing about that rise?
Yes, over the last probably 12 to 18 months, we've seen about a 12 to 16%, depending on what community you're in, of prices to purchase a home. And that's really due to greater demand and a much lower supply. And that seems to be the continued vision for this coming year. And it's like prior to 2007 when we were out buying homes. I mean, there were multiple offers, and it was very, very difficult to be able to acquire an entry-level home. And that is the instance again right now.
Other questions for Ms. Limbaugh? All right, stand by. We're taking public testimony with regard to the proposed allocation of these community development block grant monies that come through from the federal government to our community. Anyone else wish to come forward and testify? Seeing no one coming forward and hearing no one from the audience saying they wish to testify, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved. Second.
We got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. And do we have a motion or a comment regarding the proposal from staff?
So moved.
Member Bennett?
Mary Brindle has moved, Councilmember Brindle, and I will second and just say that I'm grateful for the work that's being done. We know from the census that there is poverty in this community. We know that it tends to be concentrated among older women who are served by at least several of the agencies here this evening. And we know that there is a great need for affordable single-family homes in the community, and the scattered site homes that Homes Within Reach offers fills part of that need. So I appreciate the presentation this evening.
Thank you. Other comments from council members? All right. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Joyce, thank you for your presentation. Everyone, we thank you very much for your good work in our community. We know there are challenges out there, as Ms. Repia and Member Bennett pointed out. I know at the U.S. Conference of Mayors, one of the big concerns nationwide is a continual reduction in community development block grant monies being available. So thanks for rising to the occasion and trying to figure out ways to make your businesses work, your nonprofits work. And it's good. We've been making slow and steady progress with the Affordable Housing Land Trust. We appreciate your continued interest in the city of Edina. Up to 10 houses now. That's good. Thank you. All right. The next public hearing this evening is it's actually in front of both the council and the Housing and Redevelopment Authority, and we have a bit of a procedural, not hurdle isn't a good word, but we have to follow a process defined by our city attorney. And Elliot's sitting in for Roger this evening, but what we're going to do is have the presentation both by our Economic Development Director and then our consultants, Kimley Horn. Then we're going to call for public testimony. Then we're going to recess to council and move to the HRA portion of the agenda and have the HRA actually address this first from a voting standpoint. So Bill Neuendorf is here, red rope in hand, and ready to make his portion of the presentation. Welcome, Mr. Neuendorf.
Great, thank you. Good evening. Yes, my name is Bill Neuendorf. I'm the city's Economic Development Manager, and I'm here tonight to present the feasibility study for the proposed improvements at 50th and France. This is the study dated January 21st that is identified as the parking and wayfinding improvements. This packet looks about like this, and it is the culmination of 6 months' work. 6 months of meetings and conversations and focus groups and surveys. And a couple examples why we felt it was urgent and important to have those conversations was, this is a small piece, but this is a piece of the parking ramp. It's the membrane flooring on the concrete. If you go to the south and middle ramp, you can just pick it right off. It's laying there. If we don't repair these types of things quickly, the garages will deteriorate even further. Here's a nice brick paver from 50th and France. From the top, it looks absolutely beautiful. Well, if you reach down and pick it up, that's as thick as it is. It used to be 4 inches thick, but over years, 25 years or so, they get deteriorated pretty quickly. So it's important that we look at these improvements and move forward with them. So as I mentioned, we've been working for about 6 months with stakeholders at 50th and France to shape a cost-effective strategy to make these improvements. And in particular, I'd like to thank the members of our parking advisory team. When the council first engaged Kimley Horn Associates to work on this design, we wanted to include the input of property owners and business operators at the corner, folks that know those areas like no other. So I'd like to thank particularly Alan Ackerberg with Paris Soleil, Julie Busales with Cosbar, Klaus Freinger, Jean Hogland, Jennifer Kent with Lunds, Jim Nelson, Catherine Paulsrud with Bumbershoot, Rachel Thillman with the 50th and France Business Association, and finally Mitchell Worley with Spillon Montage. So for many years, the city of Edina has been talking about parking improvements at 50th and France. And we've heard proposals, we've had discussions for several years. Well, what you're going to hear tonight and discuss tonight is quite a bit different from what was discussed a few years ago. The scope this evening focuses on repairs and improvements, and at this time does not recommend any expansion. Another key difference in the proposal this evening is that the costs of these projects is proposed to be split by the city and by the businesses. So those are two fundamental differences between what you'll hear tonight and what was considered years ago. So in summary, tonight's prime objective then is to consider the proposed improvement number P23. This essentially is about $5.7 million in physical improvements to the parking structures, sidewalks, streetscaping, and other systems at 50th and France. Separately, the HRA will convene and consider making a contribution of approximately $2.4 million to that cause. And then finally, if the project is approved, a special assessment hearing would be scheduled in the months ahead to further assess the costs to the individual owners at the property. So without getting into too much detail, I'd like to reserve that for Dan Coyle. Dan Coyle is a project manager at Kimley Horn Associates and has worked diligently throughout the last several months, so I'll turn it over to him to run through the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Neuendorf.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Dan Coyle with Kimley Horn. I've got a 8-slide presentation that I'd like to run through relatively quickly, covering these 6 topics. What I'd like to do is first begin by talking a bit about the process we went through. We had a very significant public involvement process. to deliver this project. Primarily, we had a project advisory team that Bill mentioned the names of that was instrumental in guiding decisions that we made as the months went by. That project advisory team, in conjunction with city staff on the project management team, their very first task on this project was to develop a series of guiding principles that were intended to put guardrails on the nature of what this project was going to study and recommend. So those guiding principles were a very first step in determining the direction of the project. The next step the project took in a public involvement perspective was an open house that was effectively the public kickoff meeting for the project. That open house occurred on September 18th, and the slide that you see here, the top two pictures, are from that open house. After the open house and after we started engaging in the project issues, we moved into a process of establishing focus group meetings with the business owners and property owners in the district. I personally went to every business in the district, inviting business owners to these focus group meetings, and we ultimately held 9 focus group meetings, the purpose of which was to introduce the general sense of the project and introduce a survey that all the business owners and property owners were going to take to rank potential improvements to parking, wayfinding, and streetscape improvements in the district. So for those folks that did not attend the focus group meetings, we had an online survey. So the graphic you see in the bottom right corner is a segment of the SurveyMonkey survey that was provided to all the business owners and property owners in the district. And through collecting all of that input, we essentially pared down the list of improvements that were possible in the district to a list that was supported by the public, supported by business owners, supported by property owners, and ultimately categorized, racked, and stacked those numbers with costs associated with them to understand the nature of the price tag of the project that would be developed through that process. And then ultimately, when we got to call it the preferred alternative, we went out to a customer survey right around the holidays and talked to people walking around in the 50th and France district and asked them about their experience with parking and walking through the district. So if you look in the feasibility report, we have quite a bit of that information documented in the appendices. If you've had a chance to look at it, really interesting results. But all of that is the background to our proposed improvements. So very quickly, the list of items that are included in this project are increasing the brightness of lighting in the parking ramps by essentially one-for-one replacement of light fixtures with LED fixtures. Parking ramp pedestrian access improvements, which will entail primarily better marking through paint, curbs, bollards, or other lower cost methods of delineating pedestrian routes through the ramps to separate some of those vehicle pedestrian conflicts that are out there. A new elevator for the south ramp in place of the stair tower that's currently at the entrance if you're coming from Cooks of Crocus Hill from that direction. A dynamic public wayfinding system, which is intended to help drivers find a parking ramp that has available stalls and get to that ramp quickly rather than maybe going through a number of ramps before finding an available stall. We are planning to paint the interiors of all the ramps and the exterior of the south ramp. We're planning to screen garbage areas. There are 2 in the middle ramp and 1 in the south ramp that would be screened using some form of ABS plastic or metal panels with metal posts that have some type of a faux wood finish that would screen those areas. We're going to replace dead and dying trees and reset tree grates. We're going to replace the broken pavers and the deteriorating pavers that Bill mentioned. Add an automatic irrigation system primarily to the planting beds that are in the alley between Bellison's and Prana up into the middle ramp area. And repair those same planter beds where the automatic irrigation system would be installed, and then perform the repairs and maintenance to the ramps that are required to put them back into a good service life. So all of those total a capital cost of $5.685 million, and that's total project cost. We also have taken a look at what the annual costs might be for the project going forward. Typically, if you look year over year, there are about $250,000 in annual assessments that go towards paver repairs, planting replacements, maintenance in the ramps, sanitation, and other things. we've identified additional items that we feel are important to help keep the character of the 50th and France district at the high level of expectations. So adding $35,000 for holiday season parking strategies that could include a parking ambassador, other systems that help reinforce a better parking system during the holidays. We think with the addition of a ramp for the south elevator and for the wayfinding system, there's going to be an additional annual maintenance cost that we've estimated. One of the complaints we've heard about the ramps is they're not power washed on a regular basis, so adding power washing on an annual basis is included in the increased annual costs. Improving sanitation, whether it's more frequent sanitation or different types, we have an increased annual cost to improve sanitation. Additional cost for automatic irrigation system that is for the new system being added. And then we've also identified a line item that we're calling escrow for future periodic preventative maintenance. That is maintenance that's required for parking ramps that's not on a strictly annual basis. These are repairs that happen every 3, every 5, every 10 years. The funding mechanism for that is made easier if we have a mechanism that's accruing over the years, so that depending on the way of paying for the project, if it's assessed, there are not large assessments for those periodic maintenance intervals. So the total of all those on an annual basis would be approximately $450,000, again, compared to the very top item, compared to $250,000 annually for the last few years. So moving on to the financing plan, for the $5,685,000 project, we are looking at $3.31 million in assessments and $2.375 million in other city funds. And for the annual maintenance improvements, $350,000 would be from assessments, and $100,000 could be considered coming from parking revenues. That $100,000 from parking revenues is not coincidentally associated with the $100,000 in escrow for periodic maintenance for the ramps. And then some assumptions about the financing. So the sources that we were just talking about for the assessments, if you look at the list of improvements, it's detailed in the feasibility report, but there are a certain number of the improvements that can be assessed because they're related to maintenance. So any maintenance costs are assessable. Any capital costs we are assuming are eligible for the city to pay for. And then the periodic repairs would be paid for by parking permit fees. And then when we look at the assessment assumptions, at the moment, a $3.31 million capital cost, given a 20-year term, would be the basis for how those capital improvements would be assessed to the property owners. And there is some discussion about the assessment policy. The assessment may be based on individual property parking demand, and that's a discussion for another day. A lot of words on this slide, but basically one of the things we learned through our discussion with property owners and business owners is the parking demand in the 50th and France district is greater than, employee parking demand is greater than the available number of employee permit stalls in the district. So currently there are approximately 430 permit stalls. Based on our numbers, there are about 750 employees that may park at one time. It's typically a Friday. So what we have recommended is more employee stalls get designated in the district. If you do the math, we're recommending 230 additional stalls, so 230 plus 430 is 660. It's not the full 750, but the way we would propose achieving that additional employee parking area is to consider making the top 2 levels of the middle ramp and the lowest level of the north ramp 5-hour and employee parking. I think right now they're primarily just 5-hour parking for customers. So it's not a tremendous change. It's a subtle shift, but I think in terms of employee parking compliance, having adequate numbers of parking available for employees will lead to greater compliance with the employee permit parking program. Our other recommendation is that the annual fee for employee permits change from what is now $60 a year to at least $120 per year, which would allow the funding of the $100,000 per year in the permit parking program. And one of the things we heard loud and clear through this whole process, whether it was from business owners, property owners, or customers, was employee or customer parking needed to be free. So we've had some discussions with the project advisory team about potentially installing some meters in some locations, not for revenue generation purposes, but to help turn over some of those key customer stalls. And we got a lot of pushback. So it's a key point in the findings of this project that although it's a good parking practice, and I think at some point in the future, a revenue generation system or even an access control system might be needed to manage some of the parking dynamics. At the moment, all of our recommendations are based on customer parking remaining free. And then just a quick overview of the schedule. So we are embarking on final design February through May. We're anticipating a construction project that would start after the Edina Art Fair, and a construction project that would likely go into 2015, mainly because of the shorter construction season this year and needing to get painting done towards the end of the year, not likely to happen as temperatures are getting colder. So painting will happen next year on the ramps, plus the elevator construction in the south ramp is likely a 2015 construction project. And then bottom statement is really important. We are working, have known from the beginning that how the construction project is sequenced and phased to mitigate impacts to businesses is critical, and that is what we are focusing on as we move into our final design phase. And then two things just to mention, key proposed items that still need to be addressed at some point or could be addressed. One is parking ramp expansion. That's clearly something that is a goal in the future as a part of economic development opportunities on some of the lots that are out there. And second point, the middle ramp elevator. There's a lot of interest in a ramp, the middle ramp having an elevator, but at this point the cost was prohibitive for the purpose of making our budgets work on this project. And that is it for my presentation.
Could you go back to the proposed parking policy changes, please? I guess I'm a little confused because we started into this because there wasn't enough parking. What I hear from my residents is that there's not enough parking for them. What I see this as a solution for is providing more parking for employees. So how did that change? And help me with that process because...
That's a great question, and it was not intuitive at the beginning. So from the very beginning, we had a study that was provided to us that was evaluating total parking demand in the 50th and France district. That parking study determined that 140 to 200 additional stalls were needed. It's a shared parking study that looks at how land uses together use or demand parking, but it didn't make distinction between the percentage of those stalls needed for employee parking versus needed for customer parking. So I think we are still on the same page in terms of overall needing more parking, but where you draw the line in the total volume of parking changes with when you look at how many employees are really needing a parking stall.
If we are not building additional parking, but we're giving out 225 or more employee spots, aren't we just exacerbating the customer parking? And couldn't we be at a critical point not realizing that that's what we're doing?
I think I understand the question. I think the dynamic is we have today all the employees parking, so all the employees that are working at 50th France are finding a parking stall today, and all the customers that are coming to 50th France today are finding parking.
Okay.
There are a number of studies, some anecdotal, that say the ramps are not truly all full at any one time. There's always some spare capacity somewhere. So I think anecdotally it is true that we are not somehow pushing employees off somewhere that they're not finding parking today, and by adding these permit stalls they're going to move into the district. They're currently parking there today, and we believe that's part of the problem of the employee parking compliance.
Well, if I accept that and your assurance that all of a sudden a year from now I'm not going to have even a larger problem, I do have a problem with the city's, I have no problem with the city putting money into improving the ramps, nor the elevator. However, our south ramp is our first one that gets the fullest, that I hear the most about. middle ramp, north ramp in that order. And yet I see employee parking in 2 different spots in the south ramp. Why do I have any employee parking in the south ramp if we're trying to make a good experience for both by trying to provide enough employee parking, but yet have our residents want to use the ramp that they tend to go to, which is the south one? So when I look at your fee structure, which is another light item in a different part of our thing, I'm going to have a huge problem with giving the whole lower level of the south ramp and the upper level of the south ramp to employee parking when that's where everyone wants to go. So help me with that decision, because I'm gung-ho with this, but all of a sudden it seemed to change in a way that I'm not comfortable with it.
Maybe I can provide a little bit more background and put it in context.
And if I felt better, I wouldn't be so crappy, so I apologize.
I have some Kleenex in my pocket.
I brought the whole box
okay.
and the...
I'm coming to you. So the improvements are part of the equation.
Yeah.
What's not in the report is the enforcement practice. For the last couple of months, we've changed our enforcement practice at 50th and France. A little bit experimental at this point, but we've shifted around the hours that the police officers are there. One of the concerns and one of the items that we discovered along this process was that there's more employees than there are designated employee spots. So even if they all did comply, there's not enough places to put them right now. So the thought was, let's do what we can to compel them to park at the least convenient places for customers. So put them up on the roof and put them over to the north ramp. And there's a different item on your agenda this evening to look at that permit policy. But that was part of the conversation, was to compel the employees to park in the right places for them to free up customer stalls. Separately, there's an enforcement practice that we're working with the 50th and France Business Association and the police department with that I think is going in the right direction. The jury's still undecided on that. And then one other thing that was a recommendation in the feasibility study was looking at other modes. Looking at ways that it could be easier for employees to walk, bicycle, take the bus to work. So again, separate from a public improvement, we're having conversations with Metro Transit and the commuter services to see what we can do to provide incentives and enticements for employees to get to 50th and France without driving a car and without parking it. So it's our hope, to be quite honest, that the combination of enforcement, policy, improvements, and multimodal incentives, we hope to make the situation better. But you're right, we're not adding parking stalls today, and that certainly is something we might need to talk about tomorrow.
But to follow up on, I'm sorry, Mayor, to follow up on her point, I think what we're missing in that policy is we understand moving people employees to the upper level of the middle ramp and any level of the north ramp. But the recommendation later on in the meeting is to move some of those permit holders into the south ramp first level or second level, and that seems to conflict with the need for that prime customer parking in the south ramp. So can walk me through that.
That's prime parking.
Yep.
Sure.
Member Sprague, go ahead, finish.
Walk me through that.
Sure, and I wish I had a three-dimensional graphic of the south ramp to help explain this. And Dan, correct me if I'm wrong or jump in, but the proposal for the south ramp is essentially to keep places that are designated for employees today for employees. So right now, employees can park up on the roof. I believe there's 90 stalls there. They can park on the uppermost level that's covered. I think there's one strip of parking that has 20 stalls in it that they can park on. They can't park on the rest of the second floor nor the first floor. Those are the most convenient places for customers, and they're not allowed there today, and they're not recommended to be allowed there in the future. But they would be allowed to park in that lowermost level, kind of the underground area next to Lund's.
That's not underground, that's street level.
Well, depending on your approach, right, it can be street level or underground, but right now that's permit parking only, and that's proposed to remain the same.
As opposed to repurposing it for customer parking in the most prime location for parking.
I agree.
Correct. One of the challenges, I see there's several questions. One of the challenges,
enthusiasm up here for this
right,
parking scheme.
right. So let me just toss one point out there. So we did think about that quite a bit, both the design team as well as the owners and operators there. One of the challenges with that lowest ramp is that there's no way to make it handicap accessible. When we put an elevator in, you're not, unless you walk, well, there's no way to get from that lowest, most level to a future elevator. You could always go out to the sidewalk to the south along 51st Street and then go all the way around the block to your destination. But just the way that original ramp was built, it's not able to get an elevator in it. So that was one of the factors in my head that made me feel comfortable with it.
So what about south ramp second level covered? If you're saying the lower level is kind of functionally obsolete for ADA, there's still south ramp second level covered in the permit B, zone B. And that seems to be prime customer parking.
That is, you can do handicap accessible there.
Yeah.
Right, that's the way that it's marked today. You can say that.
Yeah.
Maybe there's more.
Right, so the changes in the south ramp would be only the distinction of the very lowest level being designated permit stalls. All the rest of the south ramp would stay, do I have that right? All the rest of the south ramp would stay the same. The only changes we would make are to the middle ramp, the second and third levels, they would go from 5-hour parking to 5-hour and employee. And in the north ramp, the lowest, the underground level would be, it would go from 2-hour parking to 5-hour and permit.
In zone B, on the parking policy recommendation, I'm just trying to, it says 20 stalls, south ramp, second level covered. So that contradicts what you just said, that it would be the lower level only of the south ramp. I'm looking at the parking policy recommendation. Zone B, Zone A location and south ramp second level covered.
I don't have those numbers right in front of me, but maybe we'll in a second. While the numbers are coming up, can I maybe address the question that hasn't been answered fully? I want to make sure we know we're not displacing customer stalls. So in the distinction of the employee parking areas, we are not truly displacing customer stalls. They are still combined use employee and customer.
Go ahead. Okay.
Member Bennett is chomping at the bit here.
Well, you and we and the whole community has been trying to address this for years. And everybody up here values the property owners, we value the customers, we value the people who work in the area. But the idea of consolidating parking in the north ramp for employees has been one of the low-cost solutions that people have been talking about for years. And so to find that, and also, once somebody gets into that south ramp, if they're going to a restaurant or they're going to a movie, they're going to keep driving to that top level. So to say that that top level isn't desirable for customer parking, I think really belies most people's experience with the way it really works. So I join my colleagues in objecting to a solution, a package of solutions that doesn't take advantage of some of the easiest solutions, which is vacating the ramp, dedicating a ramp to customer use that is the most heavily used ramp, that is most accessible or best located for access to these higher volume businesses, and shifting that employee parking then to the other ramps and the parts of those other ramps that are less heavily used. It just makes sense. What's being proposed doesn't make sense.
Bill, do you have the number of parking places available total in the south ramp? I don't remember that number.
Yes, it's on page 4 of the feasibility study. So the south ramp is 415 stalls total.
North ramp?
The north ramp has 262.
Okay. Out of 415, then you're taking 215 stalls in the south ramp for employee parking. You are taking over 50% of that ramp for employee parking.
So maybe the one distinction to make is we're really making very little change to the south ramp permit structure.
I understand that.
So we still have the same combined employee and customer parking areas. The only change is the lowest level, which is now employee only during 8 to 5 hours or something like that, will become designated employee parking. So
the point that we're all trying to make is you need to make those changes. It's not that you're not making the changes. You need to make those changes. And those changes have been under discussion for 4 years or more. And what seemed to be holding, they could have been made, frankly, at any time. And instead of making some low-cost simple, we keep going over these big-cost solutions, which are going to be discussed in full this evening. And I think there's a lot of energy behind funding them. But when the simplest and lowest cost solutions aren't being done, it's really frustrating as a public official to be thinking of spending public money on something when within the area these simple solutions aren't being taken advantage of. And again, to your point that no change is being made in the South Ramp, that's not, I think, the answer that we're all looking for.
Okay.
We want to see change.
I hear what you're saying exactly. And maybe to do a quick accounting, we have about 1,000 total parking stalls between the 3 ramps. And based on the actual employee data we got from business owners, and this is actual work shifts and details, there are approaching 750 employee stalls that are needed at a peak time, which means from a customer perspective, there really is only about 250 customer stalls. So the ratio of customers to employees is skewed in the favor of employees. If that weren't the case, we would have had much larger parking problems that would have suggested our parking demand was we need 500 more stalls or 800 more stalls or 2,000 more stalls. So I think I agree with your point that we need to make sure we have these customer stalls in the right places so they're convenient to the businesses that they serve. But if you look at the way the numbers work out now, the north ramp is essentially right now an employee ramp. It has the ability for 5-hour customer parking, but that entire ramp is essentially an employee ramp. There's still some businesses nearby that want to use the north ramp, like Bespoke and the old Thrivent location. But so there are some people who would park there as customers, but it is primarily, north ramp is primarily an employee ramp. And when you look at how you distribute these, what we're saying, 660 employee stalls between the ramps, we have looked at generally what businesses are drawing both employees and customers from which ramps, and we've divided them in ways that make sense. I think long term it is a matter of watching the permit program work and adjusting things year over year, because it does depend on which businesses are where that drive parking at what hours of the day and what amount of parking is needed for those businesses.
Member Sprague, or question?
One of the comments in here has to do with where an elevator is going to be installed, and we could have 2 places for elevators, but the middle ramp is old enough that we're not going to do it. We're not going to put an elevator in the middle ramp. How old is the middle ramp, and when would it be improved or replaced with a more improved ramp that at that time would include an elevator?
Yeah, 2 parts to that. One is the service life remaining in the middle ramp is approximately 20 years, and the cost for an elevator is in the neighborhood of $1 million.
Right.
So from just a cost-benefit calculation and the discussion with the project advisory team, that budget had a hard time finding a place to get paid for, so it has dropped out of consideration. There could be ways that that money can be found in future years and could be built, and it could be something that is deemed worthwhile, but at the moment it is not under consideration.
All right, and the employees that we're talking about parking in these parking structures are employees of the Edina businesses and not the employees of Minneapolis businesses.
The accounting that we're doing is for the Edina side only, correct? And what we understand is the Edina businesses are parking in the parking ramps primarily because of the permit program. I'm sure that, like all things, there are people who are not following the rules, but from what we understand, that's not a significant dynamic.
Well, one of the statements in here is that both employees and customers want the most convenient parking. And where I'm coming in on this is they can't both have it. And but that said, they also can't both park in all 3 ramps either. So I really think we need to make the hard choices. And I mean, I agree with Member Bennett saying we talk about this, we've been over this, and we're talking about it, and we're going over it again. So I guess I'd like a commitment that after this discussion, we follow with a decision and we move forward on this. Because we talked about this 2 Christmases ago, trying to avoid 3 Christmases ago, trying to avoid the holiday season with changes we would make in the parking structures. And they've deteriorated 2 or 3 more years beyond that discussion. So we've got a lot of thinking and a lot of talking to do yet tonight. But I think you hear us that it's time.
Mayor.
So, Member Sprague. Yeah,
back to the South Ramp employee parking. In your engineering judgment, are you suggesting a portion of that be employee parking for parking efficiency, because the demand load is different throughout the day for customers versus employees? So
the logic is primarily you get more compliance from employees if the parking is not necessarily convenient in the sense of the most convenient, but it is at least more convenient than maybe having to go to the north ramp or somewhere much farther away. So I think it's reasonable to have employee parking in the vicinity of those businesses, especially when the ratio of employee to customer parking is 3 to 1. You can't make the south ramp all customer parking, because you have to make some of that ramp. If you say all the customer stalls are about 250 to 300, then south ramp is a 415 stall ramp. So it seems like at least 100 stalls in the south ramp will have to be employee parking of some type.
Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of council. We have retained Mr. Coyle as our professional consultant to help us analyze this proposal. But in the end, it's your decision about how this parking is going to be allocated between customers and employees and owners. I think I'm picking up here that you have an alternative that you want to propose back to Mr. Coyle, and I think it would be wise to do that so that he could tell us whether that number what the impact of that number might be, or if they need additional time to analyze the council's kind of counter proposal. But if you have a counter proposal, I think it'd be good to put it out on the table so you can get some feedback from the expertise that's in the room.
If you take the open air south ramp, open air middle ramp, and all the north ramp, that's 470 spots roughly. Is that correct? Roughly.
Sounds about right.
So all 700 plus employees aren't working at the same time at 50th and France. Some are working days, some are working nights. There's some overlap, probably mid-afternoon. A lot of the restaurant employees are probably coming on different shifts.
Actually, it's 1,000 employees, and based on looking at all the shift data, and we have tremendous amounts of data from each business and their shifts, we have demonstrated somewhere around 700, 750 employees working all at the same time on a Friday.
Well, they won't keep working all at the same time if the residents can't park to go there.
All right, so, well, go ahead, Mr. Nundorf.
I would just amplify that. The 750 employees is not a random number. Kimley Horn surveyed and polled every business at 50th and France to find out their employee count and their shifts. And it was frankly pretty impressive. It was a spreadsheet about 8 foot tall and about 5 foot wide that listed out which company, which location, how many employees, are they there at 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, and so on. And they found that peak demand was about 750 employees during the Friday midday, I think was the period. So they did their homework on that one.
All right, so, yeah, thank you for being that thorough. But did you ask them if this is assuming they're all driving?
Correct.
Not coming by any other method, not carpooling,
That's
not
correct.
taking the bus?
That's correct.
All right. Well, it just seems to take us full circle back to the reason we bought the Edina Realty building. All right. Well, we'll have to think about this. So you've got a lot of council members up here concerned about how to allocate these parking spots, and I think in that series of questions, you're hearing some implicit sort of support for the capital improvement portion of the potential work that's going to be done, but we're going to have a public hearing on this. So if there are no more questions, Member Bennett?
Just a couple of other not employee parking issues, and that is according to the diagrams, the 50th and Halifax sign that the diagram shows, which would require somebody, according to the diagram, to actually have crossed Halifax into 50th and France. The location of that sign, I don't know where you are in the design phase, should really be west of Halifax to allow somebody to make either that left turn north onto 49th and a half, or a right turn onto 51st to use the ring road system. So just looking at, I mean, the number of signs and their approximate locations look good, but there were a couple of instances where it looked like if the locations shown were more specific, you would actually be bringing somebody into the district after they should have made the turn that would have put them at the right ramp.
Yeah, so if I believe you're looking at Exhibit 3 in Appendix A that shows the schematic locations of dynamic and static parking wayfinding signs.
Yes.
So yes, that's correct. Those signs are schematic. We still have to work through the details of where they get mounted and how they work with the arrival sequence so that they're in the right location so drivers can make choices before they have to make a lane decision.
Great. Also wanted to ask about the pavers, because I noticed that some of the comments that you received in your surveys were why pavers? They're being discontinued in other shopping areas, or they're not being put into installations. I've also had some residents contact me about them for people, older people, some older people, for people experiencing disabilities, permanent or temporary. They can be a tripping hazard, a safety hazard. We know that there's been the deterioration, that we'll replace some patching with asphalt. I know this project proposes to fix where all the problems exist, but for that cost, did you look at actually a change out using some kind of stamped concrete or something that had more durability and less hazard?
We did. The project advisory team, and I believe to some degree the project management team, talked about replacing with pavers or making a change to regular, whether it's just regular gray concrete or stamped or decorative concrete. And there were two things that we were thinking about. One is the character of 50th and France. Currently it is pavers. The cost in the project now would not account for changing out all pavers, so it would have to be a phased approach. So that was just one consideration. But generally the idea was the character of the district didn't want to change as a function of this project. The second thing is the durability of pavers. The design of pavers have changed over the years, and the design of pavers today, especially face mix pavers that are through the way the concrete is poured and those kinds of things, is much more durable and resistant to salt. Plus, the recommendation for the last number of years, and it's been implemented in phases, has been to there's a drainage layer under the pavers that's being blocked by concrete. It's a concrete underlayment. There's been a process of, as pavers get replaced, drilling through that concrete underlayment to allow water to soak through, so the salt that is the brine bath that the pavers are sitting in can drain out. So I think there are a number of things that are solving this problem, so this is not going to be repeated.
Okay.
At least not the accelerated deterioration. They won't last forever.
Okay. And then last question for now. I noticed that in the description of what was proposed, or the proposal, rough outline of proposal for the plantings, that there was some mention of preen. And we know that we've got some problems with hive collapse, and we know that there's a relationship with chemicals. In fact, there are plant stocks, nurseries commonly sell materials that are using a type of pretreatment that is toxic. And so I ask that as the design moves forward on this, if it moves forward, that be taken into consideration and we look for non-toxic, environmentally friendly alternatives.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Coyle?
I've got a list of questions, but I'll wait.
All right. I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony with regard to the proposed improvement, what is labeled P-23, which is a request for action by the council to adopt resolution 2014-18, which would accept the feasibility study and approve the improvement labeled number P-23 and authorize plans and specs to be prepared and authorizing bids taken. This is not an assessment hearing. Anyone wish to come forward and testify with regard to this matter? Yes, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Tom Steele. I live at 5057 Ewing, which is part of Minneapolis, I know. But I'd like to applaud what you're trying to do here, but there are some issues. You know, it would be nice eventually if you and Minneapolis could get together and resolve them together. Agreed. But the situation we have right now and some of their justification or rationalization for the use of the ramps, you take an employee, i.e. at Salute, tell him he's going to have to use the north ramp and pay $120 a year, or he can park on 51st and Ewing for free, which is only a block away. Guess which one we're going to do? You know, in order to have parking at my house, I had to request handicap parking because somebody is always parked alongside my house. I live at the corner. So, you know, you push, it's just like a balloon. You push in one place, it's got to come out someplace else. So you've got problems.
Yeah, well, they're problems of success, but I can, yeah, thanks, Mr. Steele. We'll tell you a little bit about the efforts we've made with your city that have gone for naught.
Well, I used to be president of the Fulton Neighborhood Board, so I can understand.
Yeah. Anyone else? Mr. Steele, we appreciate you coming over this evening. Thank you. Anyone else? All right.
Surprised there aren't more people jumping up. It's been going on for years, and this is the best.
Your name and address,
Oh,
please.
excuse me. Dick Curtin, Slough Building, Edina resident, 6310 McIntyre. I attended a ton of meetings a few years ago on the same topic, and I've been following this since I first bought property at 50th and France. And I've heard many of the same conversations over and over. And somehow the city this time has got it pretty right. I don't know if it was the staff or the consultants or both, but I know the business community is saying the same thing now, basically. They were saying a year ago and 2 years ago and 3 years ago. But I like the proposal. I have some questions about the assessment changes that occurred the last few days, but that's not appropriate today. I agree with what the council's commented on employee parking. I know the Slough's position is that until 50th and France figures out a way to provide some alternative transportation or alternative parking, we're going to have a bottomless pit of parking pressure. But nevertheless, right now, from my experience, there is always enough parking at 50th and France. If you're able-bodied, don't mind getting wet, can dodge cars and walk. And I have never not found a position in the south ramp, although sometimes I've had to circle twice. But I do have friends and relatives who haven't known until recently the north ramp even exists. And I have guests that park on the street, the Minneapolis side, because they think today we charge for parking. They just don't understand our parking. And I know other people complain vigorously about parking because they don't want to walk down the stairs or they don't want to be outside. All that means is we have undesirable parking, we have desirable parking. And I'm very appreciative of the council members saying customers should come first. Would like to solve everybody's problems, but the employee's problem is the business's problem to deal with and the employee's problem to deal with. If the city can help us get the customers here, we'll be able to deal with our employees and they'll be able to take care of themselves if they have a job. But anyhow, I won't bore you with any more. I'm just very supportive and I'm happy for the comments that have been made so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curtin.
My name is Scott Sundet from Edina, Minnesota. And
your street address, Mr. Sundet?
7113 Lanham Lane. I'm
Thank
actually sitting in for my wife, who's a dentist downtown. And one thought I had is that I thought Joni had a good idea about the upstairs parking on the south ramp. I've never had, out of 48 times or 50 times I've been there, had a chance to have to go somewhere else other than that south ramp. And I think it would be very helpful to just put cameras on the upper levels of the ramps, because if you could just access that on the computers in the offices, they could give directions to people as to which ramp has availability. So it's my only suggestion. It is, and I thought my wife said it's going from $70 to $600 and some for her employees.
Not sure about that, Mr.
1,100%
Yeah.
increase.
No-
If you
no
could check
decision made
that,
there yet.
that was quite extreme, I thought. But
Yeah.
It depends on where they park. It goes to $10 a month at the most expensive, so that would be $120, or the least expensive, so that would be $120 versus $60 should they park in the least expensive parking spots.
Thanks, Mr. Sundit. Mr. Ackerberg.
Good evening. My name is Alan Ackerberg. I live at 4200 Forest Road in St. Louis Park. I am part of the Paraceli group with Salou and Matsumiya, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, staff. First of all, I want to take a minute and recognize Bill's work and effort and Dan's in bringing this together thus far. I mean, it's a bit of a task of herding cats in a sense. It's complicated. There is no perfect solution. We have 2 restaurants at 50th and France. We have a fair number of employees. I echo Mr. Curtin's comments. I think the plan is pretty good. I think we're getting it close to right. And I just want to comment on employees for a moment, because most of the issue, in my view, relates to managing and maximizing the utilization of the ramps. And the employees are all parking here now somewhere as our guests. Almost all the time there's parking. There's a few times in late November and December, it's sort of peak times when you can cycle up through the south ramp and not find a spot, but it's not very often. And when that occurs, there is always space in the north ramp. So part of this is a redistribution and trying to get the discipline to manage the employee parking. To that end, I want to amplify one of the points that's in the report that I think is just critically important for managing the current 3 ramps, and perhaps the future goal of not having to build a 4th ramp, which is expensive to build and it will be expensive to maintain. And there's a higher and better use for the Edina Realty site in our view, which is to put that back into a tax revenue generating service of retail housing or office or some combination. So with respect to the employees, we need a really, really robust, aggressive effort as it relates to multimodal transportation, which you mentioned, which means getting Metro Transit to look at the routes, look at the timing, so that it is a really good, easy, inexpensive, viable, painless choice for employees to take the bus to work. And if we can eliminate 10 or 15% of the employee parking to come by bus or encourage bicycle riding, and I know Edina has tried some bike lanes in the past, but perhaps it needs to be revisited and rethought. Ride share, getting people to walk and encouraging them, which is good for everybody. If we can address the employee parking and reduce it somewhat, I think we're there. We're home free. And if you go back, if we sort of leap forward to looking at the cost of a 4th ramp, I think one of the really preliminary studies we did is we could buy a bus pass for every employee indefinitely, and it will not be more expensive than the cost of building a 4th ramp. So I just want to really amplify the need to address the employee parking. And I also echo Mr. Steele's comments on the Minneapolis piece. I know there's been a lot of effort. I think it's something that we need to continue to do. We pay and subsidize for Minneapolis parking. So again, in closing, I think the plan is pretty good, and I think we need to go forward.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Eckerberg.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'm 80 years old and probably the oldest guy around here. and I recognize a good deal when I see it.
And if you identify yourself, that will be good.
Oh, I'm the managing partner and one of the main owners of the, let's call it the Paper Source Corner. I don't know how else to call it. And I see a good deal when I see it. And I think this is an incredible, equitable solution to the problems we have in the Edina area. It's a great neighborhood that I fell in love with long ago, and I'm still in love with. And I think what we are trying to do here will really be very good for the neighborhood. It will especially be good from a cost-sharing point. It will keep smaller business people in place, and that's all about. So I recommend that that the City Council really decides that this is a good deal. And I think I speak for all my friends who have a lot of stake in this. We worked 2 years, and some people worked 4 years on this. And I want to thank the mayor and everybody else who really listened to us. It's a great project where, public hands and private hands have worked together. Thank you.
Just a moment now. All of us who know you really appreciate your wisdom, but there are going to be people watching this who are going to say, who is that guy with the accent? Yes. So we still need to have you identify yourself.
Okay, I'm Klaus Freiger. I live at 510 Groveland in Minneapolis. Again, I am managing partner of we call it simply the Paper Source Corner. It used to be the Chico's Corner, but that's not there anymore.
All right. Thanks, Mr.
Thank you.
Freiger. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. My name is Rachel Thelman, and I'm the director of the 50th and France Business Association. And like many have said before me, this has been a long process, and I've seen a lot of conversations, and I feel like this is probably the closest we've come to a solution that would work. I know that we have a long way to go with employees, and we've had so many conversations about where are we going to put employees, and I am committed to creating alternatives. Like Alan Ackerberg stated very well, we need alternatives, bus passes, carpooling, working with Metro Transit and commuter services to offer additional options and options in the parking ramp as well. So I support the plan in place right now.
Thank you, Rachel. Anyone else? Would you go to the side there? That'd be good, best.
I'm Gene Hoagland, 5229 West Highwood Drive, and I'm own part of the corner at 50th and France. I really want to thank all the people who have been on the committees, the work that I guess you all have spent thinking about it and getting involved with us when we needed it. One of the things I want to make sure that everybody understands, because it kind of came up here as an issue you can talk about for 2 days, and that's how do you establish how we do a new parking management that works and that we all agree with. And one thing I can assure you is that the business guys and the owners are not going to forget about the customers, because without them, we're gone. And the worse we make it, the harder it is on us to get tenants back in place. So we're not going to make the whole parking thing around the employees. We have to remember what we're doing with the customers. I'll be here all night fighting for that if I have to. At any rate, we've had a really good group of guys. Shouldn't say guys. It's men and women working with our consultant and Bill, and it's just been a pleasure compared to the previous 3 years where we got nowhere. And this is a great time to say, let's get on with it. Yes, we don't have all the answers for you, but we'll work like hell to make them work. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Hoagland. Anyone else? See no one coming forward. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay. Carried. Just one quick observation here before we have a council discussion. Mr. Steele, I see you're still with us. I just want to let you know that we did make the effort to try to set up a special services district with the city of Minneapolis. Manager Neal and I met with your former mayor and your current mayor, and the idea was not embraced, let me put it that way. So we tried to work on some of the issues that you face over there in Fulton, but maybe we'll get to it yet. Maybe the new mayor will be more receptive to this idea.
Well, I hope so. She was the last city councilman for the neighborhood, but she's well aware of the issues.
She's the one that
What I
put us
think
off.
broke the Businessman Association is the fact that the other problem we're going into...
Mr. Steele, I'm sorry. The public hearing's closed, so that was just a comment for you. And Member Bennett.
If I might, Mayor, I think one of the issues is two different philosophies of what public parking is and how to provide it, and I think our sister city does not believe it should be free, and that's, I think, a big issue. So we have had a meeting recently in which it was said that they would work with us on metered parking or paid parking, but I don't think that addresses any of the concerns that we're hearing this evening, nor the information that was gathered during the study.
All right. We have and I would thank the committee, too, for working so diligently on this with the city. It's your downtown business district, but it is our downtown for our city, and it's greatly admired, I think, around the country. And so this is an important discussion that we've been having for the past couple of years. Is there a motion regarding Resolution 2014-18, Member Swenson?
Can I ask a process question first? Because
Sure.
this is my struggle. Since
excuse me. Yeah, thank you. Okay, now we're going to, thanks for that.
Since this is where, the part where the agenda item 8G is where it says employees can park and how much they're going to pay, and that's what I have a problem with. I need to know that that is settled before I can support.
All right. So what we're going to do now, if you recall...
Agenda item 6. So what...
Okay. Let's first, based on what our city attorney said, we need to recess the council meeting and call to order the HRA. And in the context of the HRA, let's get that information first. Have that presentation from staff. And then we'll go into the motion phase and we can discuss this issue that you're raising at that time. So I would entertain a motion right now to recess the council meeting and call the HRA to order.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Next, we'll call to order the Edina Housing and Redevelopment Authority, and roll call, please.
Commissioner Bennett.
Here.
Commissioner Brindle.
Here.
Commissioner Sprague.
Here.
Commissioner Swenson.
Here.
Chair Hovland.
Here. Second matter before us is the form of the meeting agenda for the HRA. Is there a motion to adopt a form of meeting agenda? Got a motion and a second on the meeting agenda format. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Then we have some minutes of the HRA meeting of February 3rd, 2014. We've got a motion and a second to approve those meeting minutes. Discussion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now, Mr. Neuendorf, item 4 is the proposed authorization to fund the capital improvements at 50th and France parking ramps with the use of some TIF funds that are available from the Centennial Lakes TIF district.
Yes, sir. Let me pull up the graphic here. On the screen, it's in small print, but it's we can blow it up if that's helpful. So I mentioned earlier when we started that one of the key differences in this proposal this evening
is that we're proposing that the cost of these improvements be split by the city and by the local businesses. As you know, the Centennial Lakes TIF Fund has monies available. About a year ago, last week, we met in work session and discussed some of the community goals for those TIF monies. We looked at some commitments, we looked at some possibilities, we looked at our CIP. One thing we did not look at a year ago was using those monies to fund parking improvements. The attachment on this agenda item identifies in green all the obligations of these TIF funds that we've already made or committed to, things that are under contract or underway. In yellow are projects that have been discussed, some of which are in our CIP, some of which are not. And one item, it's line number 30 towards the bottom of the page, says 50th and France capital improvements under review. So I'd like to walk you through this real quick, not to get into all the details of the numbers, but the last year that we have a certified fund balance was December 31st of 2012. And at that point, we had about $11.6 million. Since that time, we've collected some revenue with taxes being paid in the last 2 years, and we've had some expenses. So there is about $9.2 million available that has not yet been committed. If you choose to fund the capital improvements of the parking ramp, some difficult choices will have to be made because there will not be enough funds to go around to fund everything. Now, my recommendation is that I feel that we can fund these improvements without risking larger community goals, without risking projects that are in project or high priority. But that's my recommendation and not yours. So as I conclude, let me just clarify one thing that I probably should have started with. This proposal is based on the city paying capital costs. So things like new elevators, new lighting, new wayfinding systems, things that are part of the capital structure would be borne by the city. Maintaining those items, as well as operating those items, would be subject to the business owners, which is our current practice. So that's how we split which costs should be funded by the city versus by the businesses. So if that's a good introduction, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Proposed use of TIF funds from the Centennial Lakes TIF District to fund these proposed capital improvements at a portion of which the city would pay for. Member Sprague.
Mr. Neuendorf, part of the Centennial Lakes pooled TIF was originally from the 50th and France district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know what the estimated amount was that was pulled over?
I don't know that. It's in the millions of dollars.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to note that for the record.
I'll move this item.
Second.
Good. Okay. That you, Elliot?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second with respect to the HRA item 5, which is the authorization to fund the capital improvements paid for by the city of 50th and France parking ramps with $2.375 million of the TIF funds available in the Centennial Lakes TIF district. Further discussion?
Yes.
Member Brindle.
Just one thing. In my notes, I divided things into three categories: the necessaries, the nice-to-haves, and the don't-needs. And the capital improvements are really all necessary. The wayfinding, for me, is number one. When, if I'm a motorist and I'm a customer and I'm going in that area, to have a way to say there are spaces available in the south ramp, or proceed to the north ramp, something like that, to encourage people to know where those spaces are is huge. The elevator is going to be huge. So those are my necessaries. So I just wanted to put that out there.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Neuendorf or other comments from council? Otherwise, we'll vote on this matter. And I think a simple majority vote is all that's required for the HRA. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Member Bennett, you have a point you want to make?
I do. I voted for this, but I would like to know, in terms of the hard choices that Mr. Neuendorf mentioned, what of these items on this list people are recommending that we not then be doing going forward?
Councilmember Bennett, are you referring to the other projects that are on that list?
Right.
Yeah.
It looks like we. It looks like there's going down the list with the items that have been completed and the items that are anticipated. It looks like we're fine until we get to about a $3 million balance, and the remaining items below that $3 million line are the pedestrian bridge over Highway 62, the project that is under discussion this evening, and then it says other projects with no dollar figure. So I was just not idly curious. I'm actually, with substance, curious to know what it is that people are willing to have as options. Right.
Yeah, I'm not prepared to have that conversation tonight. I mean, I'd need to, some of these issues are, I mean, it's premature to, in one way, to have this conversation. So I wouldn't be prepared to comment on that. I don't know how others feel.
I was going to suggest to you that it's a very important conversation to have, and that we should probably have it in a work session format. I
Sure.
like the way that Bill has put this together. I think it's a format that could be very useful to you, but we need to tune it up and also do some re-estimating on the revenue side. But I think you really ought to have that conversation.
Sure, and I'm not intending to forestall that. I think it would be a good conversation to have sooner rather than later, given the discussions we've had on some of these items already. And I do support this, and I did vote for it. Want the record to be clear on that. But I do think it harks back to our previous conversation in that when public funds are put into something that then prevent those public funds being available for something else, it makes it all the more important that those public funds are being spent for a public good, not for private benefit.
All right, thank you. So let's put that on for a future work session. We do some further financial analysis on it too, to see what the remaining fund balances look like, and then we can. I think that'll be a source of a good conversation.
We'll do that.
And that spending plan for the TIF, which is about to expire, is due when? We need a spending plan in place by the time the TIF district expires.
Not for a couple of years.
I think it's
2016.
16, I think.
Yep.
Okay. So it needs to be in place by.
Before the completion of
So it could be all the way through.
Before we decertify that TIF.
All the way through 2016.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Now, we had the HRA motion, action item 5 for the HRA. There's one other action item for the HRA, but we're going to recess the HRA, come back to that in the normal sequence. So is there a motion to recess the HRA? Got a motion and a second to recess the HRA. Discussion, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now, is there a motion to reconvene the council meeting?
So moved.
Second.
I'll get a motion and a second to reconvene the council meeting. Discussion. All those in favor of reconvening the council session, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Member Swenson.
Request an agenda change in the movement of number 8G up next before 6B. 8G is the employee permit parking policy.
Elliot, we've already approved the form of agenda for the evening. Can we come back and amend that?
I believe it still would be in order, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm taking it, we have a motion from Member Swenson to move item 8G back onto the, further up the council agenda and discuss that item right now before we go to the next phase of item
I second the motion.
6B is what it is. Before we discuss further P23 and the resolution 2014-18. Got a motion and a second. Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And now we're on to the parking permit policy and fees at the 50th and France Commercial District, which is embodied in proposed ordinance 2014-2. And we are on first reading of the proposed ordinance. Member Swenson.
I'm okay with the general concepts of different prices potentially. I am not comfortable with anything in the south ramp other than the third level, which is 114 stalls being employee parking. That is over 25% of that south ramp. What they're proposing is over 50%, and I'm not comfortable with that. So I would be comfortable with the south ramp, third level, and then whatever else we had to do in the middle and the north.
Member Sprague.
Before we make that decision, could we have Mr. Neuendorf walk through the rationale and the findings that are on the first page of the staff report? Because I think that will help put some things in context as well.
If I may, before Mr. Neuendorf, can I ask Councilmember Swenson, are you suggesting that the total number of proposed employee parking stalls is okay? You just want that number distributed differently?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I'm not comfortable having them distribute it because this is what they came up with, and I'm not comfortable with this. And I feel that there's at least some support for that on the council.
Mr. Neuendorf, comment?
Yes, just in response to Councilmember Sprague. So how we arrived at this recommendation was based on the studies and conversations and customer intercept surveys and employee surveys, et cetera. So just a couple of key facts to consider. There are more employees at 50th in France at that maximum shift today than we have parking spaces designated for them. So that forces people to park somewhere in other than a designated space. So part of the challenge then is to change that behavior. We've noted routinely that some employees continue to park on lower levels in spaces that are designated for customers. We're working on enforcement practices to change that behavior. We've heard from a lot of folks that there's difficulty in knowing if there are available stalls in that lowest most ramp of the south ramp, that lowest most level. It's a challenge to get into that lower level. Once you're in, you're really committed, and if it's full, you've got to go take a left turn out, face traffic again, take another left turn in. So there's difficult maneuvering in there, and that's part of why we recommended to keep that as employee based. We've also seen repeatedly that there is a preference by employees to park in the middle ramp. Even though the current policy says thou shalt not park in the middle ramp, people do it anyway. Again, that's an enforcement issue. The recommendation based on what we've learned is to provide a path of least resistance in a way. Some employees are always going to park where they want to park. The thought was get them up on the roof. I don't know how else to state that. That was the recommendation. That being said, and I can pass it to Mr. Coyle, this is not an exact science. This is an art. So the proposal, the recommendation, is the first stab in the dark, so to speak. I forgot which page number of the report, but it also goes on to say that this is an iterative process, and we try it for this year or try it for a couple years and see what the response is like, and make adjustments as necessary. So I guess I would leave it to Mr. Coyle if there's a preference to err on the high side in the beginning or on the low side in the beginning. Again, that's more of an art, and we're certainly open to suggestions to get us at a good starting point.
Member Brindle?
Well, I was all ready to not have that lower level of the south ramp be employee parking, but I have never parked there. So, but it, now, and I haven't parked there, and what you've described to me is something that I really don't want customers to have to experience, is the inconvenience and the difficulty of navigating that lower level.
Well, if you've never parked it, then you don't know.
He just described it.
It's not as bad as trying to get in next to Lund's in the lot, in the parking spots that go vertical against the two pillars. There are more spaces between the pillars below than there are above.
All right, well, it's not going to be connected to the rest
No,
of the ramp.
It is not, you're right.
And it's not
get
going to
that.
have ADA access.
Nope.
Member Sprague?
I can see both sides, but I think the psychology of it demands that we try something to encourage compliance. We have to get them to park in the best spots we can, and it sounds like an even distribution is the strategy that leads to the highest compliance. So I feel torn because I know we want the south ramp as prime. But on this recommendation, so we've got the rooftop, that's not prime, it is south ramp. We've got the lower level, which seems to be a little functionally obsolete and not welcoming. And then we have second level south ramp 20. So we're giving up 20 in that second zone B. But within the context of the entire plan, and given that our parking analyst, you, Mr. Neuendorf, and the advisory group have come up with this model, I kind of think we should try it. I think it's iterative. I think we should try it and see. And it doesn't sound like it's going to lead to any worse of a problem that already exists de facto today. We're just trying to get those employees moved into lower peak spots. So it may not be perfect, and I understand your concern, and I agree with that, but I think we should try this iteration and see what happens.
All right, it looks to me like we have the authority as the council to set the fees and charges.
Yeah, right.
You have the authority to set where they park based on the language of the employee permit parking policy. The city manager by code is authorized to designate specific locations of the employee parking. So it would go to Member Sprague's notion that we give this a try, and you are now the new parking czar of Edina that we didn't know about until this evening.
Yeah, but if you're going to put in a new tiered program, wouldn't you want to put in the program that you want to have work when you put the whole new tiered program in?
But let me
I'm
finish
sorry.
this thought. That's okay.
I'm about to go on.
But speaking to the rates that we get to set, it struck me when I looked at this that north ramp, lower first and second levels covered is the same price as rooftop. And to me, if you're getting covered parking, no matter what ramp it's in, it's worth something more than uncovered parking. And I get the $10 a month rate, and I'm sitting here going over all these different variations on theme, but at the end of the day, I tend to align with Member Sprague and say, you, Mr. City Manager, work with the parking folks down at 50th and France. Mr. Haugland expressed it well, in my opinion. Customer first. I mean, they all know without the customers having preferred parking, things are going to go awry down there. And so I'm tempted to, while there are elements of this that I don't like either, I'm tempted to let it run its course for a little bit and see how it works. Member Bennett.
I don't think we all have been working for 4 years to have no worse than. I think that's one of the big things going on here. Could somebody walk me through? So this is an ordinance. The council sets the fees. To whom is the fee paid? To which entity is the fee paid?
To the city.
Okay.
But it goes
So
for the
that-
maintenance.
Right,
So
right.
ultimately, it goes for them to reduce the amount that they pay in maintenance.
I was just answering her question.
Oh,
So,
sorry.
yeah, and so
I'm
they would
sorry.
purchase that at the reception desk.
Okay, and the fees come to the city?
Yep.
And that is then used by the city, placed in a fund or at least designated in a
For
fund?
this- for that purpose.
Which then reduces the amount of money that is assessed to the businesses each year. So in other words, it is a private benefit in that, we had some testimony on that this evening, that providing parking to employees is private, providing the free public parking to customers, and not only customers, we've talked about this before, also people who are visiting the district for any other purpose, including just seeing public art or attending some kind of concert or event on the sidewalk at Halloween, in November. That is the public nature of the parking, and I think that's where this whole conversation, all the work, and the public funding are justified. But when we're talking about a private benefit, I think then we're talking about something different. And at least I would want this process to have resulted in maximizing the public benefit, because that, again, is what I think we've all been working. That's the public part of what we've been
You don't
working
have
on.
a public benefit without a private benefit. Because why are they going to come here if there are no businesses here?
But they also won't come if they, I mean, it's
I just-
convoluted and it's
I mean, you're
Gordian knot,
you're trying to make a point that I think is pointless.
Well, I'm sorry
my
that you think
opinion.
it's pointless, but I think that's what we're charged with, is spending public money wisely and carefully, and I think that's what the conversation has been about. I think that's what Member Swenson is trying to focus on, is what is the public benefit, and I think we're also trying to problem solve.
Remember-
So, sorry.
Go ahead, no, go ahead, finish your thought. You know, we've worked on this over the decades on a public-private partnership basis. And we've talked about this before, but it's our downtown too, the city of Edina. So when this money gets collected off of parking and it comes to us, we have an ongoing, in my opinion, an ongoing obligation to keep the place looking as best we can. It's not just the businesses at 50th and France that bear that responsibility. So I see a clear public benefit in this in terms of making our downtown look as good as it can possibly look. So I'm not troubled by what you're potentially troubled by here. But, you know, I also am reluctant to sit up here and try to micromanage the whole charges and where they park thing until we have a little bit of an experience with it. So I'm aligned with Member Sprague on that. So I don't know, maybe it's worth calling the question. So, or just voting. Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
You move the question? Do we have a motion?
No.
We don't have a motion. We
I'll
just had a
move. I
discussion.
will move this agenda item.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Do you also, I'm sorry, are you also proposing to waive the second reading, or?
I will accept that.
Okay.
Member, seconder, you
Yeah,
accept that?
That's fine.
All right, we got a motion, a second, body's waiving second reading on this particular matter, which is 8G. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, excuse me, we got a roll call.
Roll call.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
No.
Member Bennett.
No.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right, that was an interesting discussion. Now, back to the,
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It requires 4 votes to pass with a waiver of second reading.
all right, we're going to go back. Is there a motion to approve this on a first reading basis?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Discussion. All those in favor of approving this on a first reading basis, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried. Thank you. All right, now we're going to go back to 6B, which is the 50th and France Avenue Parking and Wayfinding Improvement number P-23, embodied in Resolution 2014-18. Do we have a motion there? This is a roll call.
For the wayfinding improvements, I'll move that.
Correct.
I'll second it.
All right, further discussion.
I have a couple of things.
All right.
In this, as far as priorities are concerned, the necessaries we talked about in the capital expenses and the lighting, et cetera, just making the parking structures more comfortable and safer. What I think we don't need are the fabric roof, the fabric roof and the parking meters, and those were kind of woven into the whole report because they were part of the data that was collected. Is the fabric roof being recommended that we should explicitly say that we don't want it if we don't want it?
I'm a little bit, can I answer your question with a question?
Sure.
Initially, there was conversation about a roof on
the
top levels.
Right.
That did not make it past the preliminary
stage. Okay.
So I don't believe it's in here unless you found it somewhere that we missed it.
No, I just wanted to make it clear that it isn't part of the recommendation.
That is correct. It was one of the, in Appendix A, there's about a 3 or 4 page list of possible alternatives.
Right.
That we met. That was the conversation of our focus groups with all the businesses.
Mm-hmm.
That was on our initial list, and it just didn't pass the cut.
Okay. All right. Then a couple of other items. The unified color coordination, the paint between the three ramps and the metallic skins. Where is that in the list?
So the metallic skins was part of the conversation from a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Again, I think that was part of an initial conversation in the
conversation.
It was part of what? I'm sorry.
The expensive conversation.
Yes, it was a very expensive conversation. We discussed that with the advisory team. We talked about it a little bit at the focus groups.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it did not gain momentum, and it did
Okay.
not make it into this project.
There is a schematic in here that talks about replacing some of the trees and how the new trees would be planted. And it is, I don't know, back here a ways.
Yeah, I think it's exhibit number 4 of the
Okay.
of Appendix A.
And it shows a tree. What I'm concerned about is whether this tree is going to be able to survive the way it's shown here.
I am going to pass that one to my resident tree expert and parking expert, Dan Coyle. So there may be a couple of exhibits you're looking at. Is it a photo of a tree or is it a...
No, it's a drawing.
Okay. There's a feasibility report for the landscape features that has a number of exhibits. There's a street tree irrigation detail on page 10 of 10 of that feasibility report.
Yes.
So those are some standard details showing tree plantings in an urban environment.
Right. And so what I see here, I mean, it's got irrigation and it's got what looks like almost a basket or a burlap that contains the roots of the tree. What is that tree being planted in?
Typically, it would be structural soils.
So it is structural soils?
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I'm looking at that and thinking, you know, where are the roots going to go? Are they going to go outside that basket or are they going to be confined by it?
And I believe this detail speaks to adding irrigation where there's an existing healthy tree. So this would not show the structural soil for the replacement of a
Okay,
tree.
that's what this one does? All right.
So this is just adding irrigation to an existing healthy tree.
Okay.
Yes.
Then point me to the other illustration of a new tree.
I don't believe that that is in this.
Okay, so there isn't one?
Right, so not in this feasibility report. So
Okay.
that would be a final design detail.
All right, and that would be planted in the engineered soil and
Correct.
da-da-da-da.
That's
Okay, all right, I wanted to be sure of that. One of the earlier topics or suggestions was about preen. My concern about preen is that I don't know that anything's been proven yet, but it does affect the honeybees. It's not good for them and could be contributing to what we're experiencing with fewer of them. And so I would caution using anything that is as strong as preen.
Okay.
I think there are other ways to control weeds, and given the alternative, I'd rather have a weed that we can pull than to affect the honeybees.
Okay, noted.
Okay?
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. All right, those are my notes. Thank you.
Other questions? Concerns? You know, we just had this discussion about anticipated fees for parking changes there. We got that approved on a first reading basis. The specific locations where employee parking might take place. We've got some time now between first and second reading to look at some of these or study some of these concerns that some of the council members have. And I'd like to elicit a promise from the two of you that you will go back and visit with the parking committee at 50th and France and visit or revisit some of these concerns that Member Swenson and Member Bennett have. And so when we come back on a second reading basis, you have either a recommendation to approve as is or some modification of that. So give me your thoughts on that.
We will definitely do that. It's been about 2 weeks since we met with our business advisors. We really miss getting together on a regular basis, so we'll definitely follow up. We've heard your concerns and your preferences and suggestions. So in the next week, we'll get together and vet them and come back with more information for the second reading in response to your questions. So we appreciate that.
Other comments from either Member Bennett or Member Swenson with regard to this request? All right. We've got in front of us Resolution 2014-18 that requires a 4/5 vote to move this project forward. Any further discussion? It's a roll call.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Nay.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Resolution fails.
So we improved it in the HRA, did we not?
They approved using funds from the
I see. Okay.
from the Centennial Lake TIF to fund the improvements that the city would pay for.
So since
But the resolution P23 embodied in 2014-18.
So since we're having a revised report from Mr. Neuendorf on the parking issues, or the parking plan at the next meeting, could we table this till the next meeting to have that heard in conjunction with his response?
That's fine.
So I would move to table this item to the next council meeting.
We've already voted on it. I don't think it, yeah.
Oh.
The hearing's been closed, but we've already had. No. But,
We've already had the public hearing part of it.
yeah, I'm not concerned about that.
I'm
I'm
concerned
concerned
make a motion
about
to
the fact that we
reconsider.
already
Well,
voted.
you
So you can't table something you've already voted.
Right, so you can make a motion to reconsider at this meeting or the next meeting. Someone on the prevailing side, so that needs to be Councilmember Bennett or Councilmember Swenson.
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to reconsider this matter at the next meeting of the City Council with respect to the Resolution 2014-18, which involves the feasibility study, the plans and specs to be prepared, and authorizing bids to be taken. So we've got some work to do between now and then, based on some of the concerns you've heard this evening. So, is there further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Be reconsidered at the next city council meeting. All right, the next public hearing before us is the potential establishment of a Pentagon Park tax increment financing district. Something missing, Mr. Hogland? Hold on. Stretching time? Let's start with Autumn. Let's call the next matter, and that is the last public hearing of the evening, which is a proposed establishment of a Pentagon Park tax increment financing district. Mr. Ruff, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mark Ruff. I'm the financial advisor for the city. We are working with staff on the proposed tax increment district. Specifically in front of you this evening are three different topics. The first question that we will be addressing is why is there a new tax increment financing TIF district proposed? Secondly is the description of the potential project in front of the City Council. And third are the required findings that are necessary for the City Council. The City Council, I believe, will be taking action both as the Council and as the HRA. Historically, the Housing and Redevelopment Authority has been the administrative agent for the tax increment financing districts that the City has created in the past. But it is required for the City Council to hold a public hearing and to approve a resolution with these findings. There are two geographic components to any tax increment district. The Council is familiar with the project area, which is the Southeast Edina redevelopment project area. That is the area where essentially you can create one or more tax increment districts where you can spend the funds that are generated from those tax increment districts. On the very bottom of that map in the blue area is the outline of the actual parcels in which the new value, the increment of the new value, will be captured for a period of time to help with public and some private costs associated with this redevelopment. The first question being why a new TIF district, why a new tax increment financing district? The Pentagon Park area is currently occupied by buildings which are outdated and meet substandard tests. This is a redevelopment tax increment financing district. To create a redevelopment district does require a substandard finding. These generally are at the best Class C office buildings. The taxable value has been declining as well in this area, which is another indication for need of some public intervention. And it has been concluded, I think, by staff and by the developer that there is a major reinvestment that's necessary, and that reinvestment will require both a public component and a private component. Specifically, some of those costs for the transformation of this property would be due to new stormwater standards and the cost of implementing those standards, new public roadways, and in addition, that property suffers from very bad soils, not environmental issues, but just soils that are not stable and not easily built upon. Specifically, here are the parcels that are included. There are 16 parcels, which contain 18 buildings. Currently, it's estimated that at least 10 of those buildings would be considered substandard under the specific statute within, or the specific tax increment financing statute. The finding for a redevelopment district is at least 50% of those are substandard, and there has to be a reasonable distribution, meaning that they're not all just crowded on one side of the district and you're using tax increment for non-substandard buildings. There was an architectural report that reviewed both exterior and interior conditions to meet those findings. We can certainly answer questions about those findings if there are any. We did include all of the parcels in the TIF district. In one TIF district, there would have been an option to break this into more than one, but we believe that it was the best option both for the developer and for the city to combine those into one. There is a 26-year maximum turn. Not every parcel gets 26 years, but in whole, the whole area is, the clock will start running at the same time. And there were some newer buildings which are not substandard, included in the TIF district, specifically the Bar Engineering Building and the Walsh Title building, and those are primarily because of some of the area of those parcels are likely to be needed for public improvements and stormwater. Here's the reasonable distribution that we described. This is out of the architectural report. You can see the parcels and the buildings highlighted in the red are what are considered to be structurally substandard, and then those in the gray are the non-substandard buildings. The project, as it's understood currently, is approximately 500,000 square feet of office space with some retail as a first phase, along with a hotel in the neighborhood of 425 rooms. The developer has pledged to undertake the 77th Street reconstruction, the exact nature of which is yet to be determined, shortly after the commencement of that first phase, and then potentially stormwater improvements. Future phases, this is largely a new office project, but we are going to increase the square footage of the office in that area by at least 50% from over the current square footage, in addition to making that space more modern and more adaptable to the current demands of tenants. And there will be also not just 77th Street improvements, but there's also improvements contemplated to Park Lawn and some of the interior streets that are between the proposed buildings. In total, both the public and the private investment, if the investment occurs as envisioned, would be $500 million. So this is a substantial project. It would be undertaken over several years. This is not going to all happen within 2 or 3 years, but will likely take at least a decade to implement. We can certainly spend more time on specifically the costs that would be on the public side of the ledger. This is still being worked out, and ultimately the action you're taking tonight does not commit the city to any of these costs. We are just simply considering a TIF plan which sets out a maximum budget. Later, the City Council will be considering a term sheet and eventually a development agreement, which will have the specific costs that the city would be responsible for reimbursing the developer for. At the current time, it's not planned that there will be city bonds, but this would be all privately financed, and in part then the taxes rebated to the developer to help pay for these costs. But specifically, as I mentioned, the soil corrections are a major part of this, over $25 million under current estimates. Stormwater, demolition, site work also have a substantial need, as well as the infrastructure associated with the roads we discussed. And then an item of continuing discussion is the amount of parking ramp, parking garages, structured parking that the city would participate in the costs. That cost sharing needs to be worked through in the development agreement process. Lastly, on the findings, there are really 4 main findings. One is that it does meet the redevelopment criteria. We have the minimum criteria that's met, but you as a council also need to make the finding that you believe this area is in need of substantial renovation or demolition. We did have a review and had a 30-day notice to the county and the school district. Not aware of any comments that we've received to the negative from those other taxing jurisdictions. The Planning Commission did review the general plan and did find that this redevelopment meets the general and zoning requirements for this particular site. And then the other findings I think that are vital for the council to consider, one would be that I would say is just generally this will increase employment and in the future add property tax base, as opposed to just the continuing use of the buildings and some minor increase in market value. But lastly, most importantly, is the but-for test, which says that without the use of tax increment, that this project would not go forward, and more, as importantly, that no other type of project of a similar nature will occur without tax increment. So, as we discussed, this is estimated to be almost a $500 million project. Of current estimates right now, the public costs would be in the $50 million plus interest up to $100 million of participation. So we think roughly about 10% of the project costs would be covered by tax increment, but it is the developer's responsibility to create that value, which those costs would then be reimbursed. And again, you have no other competing projects, you have no other competing proposals that would get anywhere near that required finding, which says that you'd have to have at least $350 million of private investment in order to qualify, not meet this finding. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions either between staff or myself about the specifics of the tax increment plan, which is before you this evening. We also have the developer in attendance if you have specific questions about the project or any of the details of the project costs.
If it's a 26-year project, and let's say half of the land gets built out in the 26 years, let's just say 50% gets built out, then it sunsets at the end of 26 years, and the taxable value from the increase in that half that got done is what goes into TIF, correct?
Well,
I mean, you said what the maximum values could be, 50 million with 100 million in interest. But what if it doesn't hit its maximum at 26 years? What if it's only halfway built? Then is it 25 million maybe with 50 million with interest?
Yes.
That has gone into it, and then at the end of 26 years, it sunsets, and anything then built after that and the current tax values go back into city.
Correct, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Swenson. First of all, if the developer spends more than your example, $26 million, and we don't have enough revenue to pay the developer for those costs, that's the developer's responsibility. It's
Right.
not the city's responsibility. But you are correct that this is a maximum, and so if this project does not materialize to the size and scope that's envisioned, then the expenditures would be proportionally drawn down.
Thank you.
By a pay-as-you-go note, it might be helpful for folks at home to know what that means. Financed by a pay-as-you-go note. What does that mean?
Within the context of public finance, there are really two main ways here in Minnesota that cities have financed tax increment projects. The first is the state law does allow a city to issue a general obligation tax increment bond, either taxable or tax exempt, meaning that if the tax increments are not substantial enough to pay all of the debt service, then the city would have to use other resources, potentially even general tax dollars, to make that debt service payment. So cities would, in that case, take on risk. The reason that they may take on risk would be to lower the interest cost, make the project more feasible. On occasion, the city of Edina has used general obligation bonds for past tax increment projects, but always had enough security to make sure that if there wasn't enough tax increment, the developer would ultimately pay, and the city has been successful in those. But there are risks associated with that, especially with property tax changes and with the slower real estate market. In this particular case, it was the developer coming to the city and saying, we'd rather not have you as the city take those risks. We as a developer are comfortable with those risks. It is a slightly higher interest rate, but in exchange for that slightly higher interest rate, the city then transfers the risk on a pay-as-you-go, and pay-as-you-go simply means that as they pay their taxes, we reimburse or rebate some of those taxes back to the developer so they can pay their financing institutions for those costs that were fronted. That allows them a little more flexibility and does not require then us to tie them up with a number of security measures, whether those be letters of credit or other things that may be burdensome to the project. So really the contrast is general obligation bond versus pure developer financing, and the pure developer financing is a term of art called pay-as-you-go.
That's helpful. Other questions for Mr. Ruff at this point in time? I think another point worth making is that as you point out, there won't be any general obligation debt issued in relation to the project, which means that I take it the ability of the city to issue further debt or expand its own debt limit, or not to expand the debt limit, but expand its debt, isn't going to be affected by this project. Does that make sense?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct. Certainly all debt, whether it be water and sewer debt or whether it be tax increment debt or street 429 special assessment debt, has an impact on the city's credit rating, and I think this city has been embarking on a number of street reconstruction and utility projects and has added to its debt load. And so to the extent that this works to the city's favor to have the developer finance that, that reduces any kind of burden on the debt rating from Standard & Poor's and from Moody's. I don't want to rule out that you may, in the future, or a future city council may decide that some of the public improvements that are proposed within this area, you may decide that it's better because of interest costs to issue some debt associated with the public improvements, but again, you'd likely have special assessments as a security measure, similar to what you do in any other kind of street reconstruction. So it's not always an all or nothing, but here predominantly we are talking about developer financing for the tax increment.
Other questions for Mr. Ruff at this point in time? Member Sprague?
So if the improvement budget is met in advance and all the expenses are paid by accelerated development on the site, then let's say that's year 20. Then for the next 6 years, we're just sitting there accruing the additional TIF, which can then be used or transferred to other districts. Is that correct? Or does it have to be spent and retained still?
I think, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Sprague, I assume you're drawing some comparison to the Centennial Lakes District, where you discussed earlier this evening the ability to use some extra tax increment that was generated from that after obligations were paid off. That district was created almost 25 years ago. It's nearing the end of its life, and it was created under a whole different set of laws that were much less restrictive than the laws that exist today. The legislature tries to promote the initial funding of projects to be taken care of under newer districts, and then the districts shut down as quickly as possible. So under the scenario you painted, it's likely that you would have limited ability to share that tax increment with other districts. So after year 20, it's more likely that that district's just going to be shut down early, and the taxes then would flow as normally to the city, county, and the school district.
Thank you.
Member Brenda.
One of the advantages of establishing a TIF district is that it incents businesses around that TIF district to improve as well, thereby increasing their taxable value. What do you see as the advantage district, which I'll call it, around if we were to establish this area as a TIF district? What do you see around it that are the other properties that could benefit from this and increase in their taxable value?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Brindle, I don't know that we've had that direct conversation to be able to point out specific pieces of property. Certainly.
I mean, Seagate's there. I don't know how much improvement Seagate would do. Other businesses that have improvements that.
Certainly, some of the industrial property to the east of this site would be very viable redevelopment properties, and both the transportation improvements, the stormwater improvements, and just generally the increase in value could make it more likely that we will see newer, whether it be housing or other types of commercial reinvestment in those industrial buildings would be the first thing that I would use as an example. As we move closer on the south, there are other opportunities, but I don't know that the City Council has specific proposals in front of them, and I'm not aware of any developers that have come to the city and proposed any projects on those adjacent parcels.
Okay.
Let me speak to that very briefly. So as far as spinoff of the potential district, so far we've really been focusing on the 40 acres that's in that district, but certainly one of the goals is to create other energies and synergies. We have, in recent weeks, spoken to a property owner to the south of the current boundaries. They have some interest in possibly being in a TIF district. At this point in time, though, there's no project that they have in mind. But I think as things start to change and transform along 77th Street, in my opinion, all those parcels on the south side would certainly start to become ripe for reinvestment. I think it's a little bit too early to point to any particular site, but I think that whole stretch on the south side is something to look at as a next phase.
Okay.
Member Bennett.
I believe this is a question either for Mr. Nordorf or Mr. Ruff. During the work session on this issue, there was some question about when properties can be added, and there is a time limit. Could you please explain how that works?
Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Bennett, the tax increment law allows a period of 5 years for you to add additional parcels. Again, if you add parcels, we still need to meet that substandard test, meaning that any addition has to have at least 50% of those buildings meet the substandard test.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Ruff at this point in time, or Mr. Neuendorf? All right, thank you, gentlemen. And Mr. Ruff, thanks for your good work on behalf of the city. The presentations you made in the work sessions are very helpful as well. All right, I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify regarding this matter or make an inquiry? Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Mark Schoening. I live at 4608 Arden Avenue. I'm a longtime Edina resident. I'm going to make two comments about the proposed Pentagon Park redevelopment. One, I think, quite general, one a little bit more professional in nature. I grew up in Edina. I moved away at about 18, came back at about 35, and have since lived in the neighborhood or in the community raising my 3 kids. And recently I was driving south on Highway 100 with my 15-year-old who's a new permit holder. And because I probably didn't want to look at the road, he was making me nervous. I happened to notice the Edina sign that sits on the boundary between St. Louis Park and Edina. And what struck me, I want to share with you, which is it says Edina population 47,000 and change. Again, I grew up here. I was born at Fairview, Southdale in 1963. I think that sign has had about a 3,000 population variance in my lifetime. And what struck me about that and what I think is relevant to this discussion is Edina's relevance as a community, from my perspective anyway, going forward has to do with its ability to renew itself. It is not a growth community. When I came back, I was shocked at what had happened in Eden Prairie, in Plymouth, in Blaine, in Egan. It's remarkable if you go away and come back to see that. The broad point I want to make in support of the redevelopment of Pentagon Park is this is a phenomenal, unique opportunity to take a well-located piece of property that quite frankly hasn't functioned as a magnet for Twin Cities companies for some time and turn it into that. So that's the general comment. From a more professional nature, I am a senior vice president at Ryan Companies, where I have the pleasure of working on redevelopments in my daily job. We just finished the project at Hennepin and Washington Avenues in Minneapolis. That's a Whole Foods anchored apartment project. We're starting a similar project in St. Paul. Broadly, I don't want to drag you through the details, it's late in the evening. Redevelopments are really difficult. And I don't mean to say that as in, oh, everybody should feel sorry for the people who engage in them. We do so by choice, but they are very, very complicated. There are a lot of moving pieces. They take usually more time than other forms of development. And the broad thing that I would commend you for doing so far, and that I would encourage you to continue to do as an Edina citizen rather than as a developer, is set the table properly, if you can, for the moment when companies come forward and express interest in a redeveloped project. I cannot tell you how many times in my 15-year local career a company has approached me on a different site that we were redeveloping, expressed interest, and then gotten very nervous about the number of steps that need to be taken in order for them to actually be occupying space on a timetable that matters to them. So again, I'm not close enough to the project to know the analysis of the numbers the way you all do, but I would strongly encourage you as an Edina resident to set the table properly to the degree that you can, because it is competitive out there, and it would be wonderful to see this site become a magnet for Twin Cities, and in fact, quite frankly, outstate companies.
And this would be setting the table properly, in your opinion?
Yes.
What I hear you saying.
Yes. I mean, again, you guys know the details far better than I do, but the projects need to be competitive, and you need to be able to demonstrate to the companies who have expressed an interest that a lot of steps have already been taken so that you're down to the details of the particular site, the particular building, et cetera.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Schoening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Mayor, City Council, thank you. I'll try and keep it to 3 minutes. My name is Tom Fletcher. Fletcher Management is my company. We own a property at 4445 West 77th Street, which we have owned for 11 years, and I office out of there and occupy, so it's the property. We are one of the property owners on the south. It's a 4-acre parcel, so it's probably one of the bigger ones. 3 usable because a quarter of it's in South Lake is basically an easement to the city of Edina. I would support the concept of the redevelopment of Pentagon Office Park, and Hillcrest is a very strong manager of property, so that is a good thing. I watched over previous years as I officed on the property where the previous managers seemed to do the best of their job to drive tenants out of the property instead of encouraging to come in, and made obviously many major missteps which contributed to where the property is now. I have a couple requests for the council, or actually these aren't minor, but I will thank the preceding Mr. Shanig, I may have the name wrong, for his comment about setting the table. We're going to talk about setting the table for the properties on the south. At a minimum, I would ask that you consider that the parcels on the south side of the street, that sliver between West 77th and South Lake, be added to the area on which project funds can be expended, which is allowed, I believe, under Minnesota statute 469.175 sub 3. In that case, the properties are not necessarily part of the TIF district. They are where funds can be expended. We have the same, if not worse, soil conditions. We have the greater stormwater issues, such as when dumpsters float from one property behind the other property and go halfway up the hill on stormwater events. And a lot of that stormwater is obviously coming down the hill from the Pentagon Office Park, or some of it is. Settling parking lots, et cetera. So we have the same issues, and we were on the same street, 77th Street, which is talking about improvement. So to me, it would make sense to look at the property on the area on a more holistic basis and say, this is the area that can be covered, particularly when I note on the February 3rd sheet that Mr. Neuendorf prepared, discussing and assessing, you could access Southside properties. It would just make more sense that if you're doing a TIF in the area, everybody's part of the same game from that standpoint. The other comment, we would actually prefer to have our property, and I have staff is aware, included in the TIF district. It is at 56% substandard right now. If our property went in, it is at 53%, which is still over the state standard. It would require another public hearing by the council if you had another property. Either of these changes would require a public hearing, but I do not think, given the term sheets and all that, that would delay the project. And so that would be, and it goes back to the previous comment about setting the table. If we're part of the TIF district and we have the ability to work with that, that sets the table if the developer comes in or somebody looks at their project. It's the same comment that applies to Hillcrest. Those are essentially my major key comments and questions.
Thank you, Mr. Fletcher. Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Mr. Ruff, do you want to come back up? I know you partially addressed this issue before, but Mr. Fletcher's suggestion that we consider expansion of the TIF district to include his particular property on the south side of West 77th. No project intended apparently at the present time, but wonders about the wisdom of including it now as opposed to potentially including it later.
Sure. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, it's certainly your discretion on your action to take this evening. I think it would be our recommendation that you not interrupt this process at this point in time for an additional parcel. That's not to say that you couldn't do that in the near future, but we've been working with the developer of the Pentagon Park for several months now. That developer has proposed specific development plans, given us very detailed project budgets so that we could actually get to the point where we would feel comfortable bringing this to you and you could make the required findings based on those project budgets, based on a need that's been established in some basic term sheets. I think it's important to note that the City of Edina has not just kind of haphazardly created TIF districts, but only done so after very careful review. And we would encourage you to maintain that same standard for any other development that came forward. It's not to say that I know anything about this particular development that the gentleman raised this evening that would lead me to say that you should or shouldn't do. We just don't know enough about it at this point in time to give you any recommendation about the need for tax increment for that project. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, you can really only use tax increment to help substandard buildings. So we would recommend that you have some kind of substandard review of that building and determine whether or not it meets the statutory requirements for that. That would be a second issue. And then I think the third issue would be, again, that you can come back at a later date and add those parcels in if you find it's helpful. In today's day and age, I think we'd also have to have a conversation with the developer of Pentagon Park and find out whether putting other properties into one TIF district complicates their financing at all. We just haven't had that conversation. And the last thing is it would require additional public hearing, additional notice to add another parcel, and so there's really not any cost savings, I don't think, or time savings to interrupt this particular project at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Newendorf, anything you want to supplement Mr. Ruff's comment with? I know that you've been meeting regularly on this.
Right, and I don't have any additional specific information, but we did meet with Mr. Fletcher a few weeks ago, as well as one of his neighbors, and looked at some of their concerns and suggestions. It's something that we're still, as I mentioned to Mr. Fletcher and his neighbor, in the future, happy to look at the potential there. But as we talked about it in-house with both legal counsel and our financial consultants, we felt that it would further complicate a project that's very ripe and getting ready to go someplace. I think it's also important to note, and Mr. Ruff mentioned this, but the TIF laws have changed dramatically in Minnesota in the last 10 to 20 years. So what was fairly easy and fairly flexible 20 years ago is much more specific and less flexible today. So we just have to be cognizant of today's laws and work within their parameters.
All right, thank you. Other questions, comments?
I'll move Resolution 2014-23.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on 2014-23, which would establish a new TIF district as applied for. Discussion. Roll call.
Member Swenson. I'm sorry. Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
Mayor.
Member Bennett.
I would like to request that the lines of communication remain open with the other property owners in the area, and that if the research indicates that there is an ability to add this and the process can be accomplished, I would favor that. Thank you.
Thank you. You want us to call the emergency medical service people? Or your minister?
Yeah, exactly. Last rites.
All right. There he is, Mr. Fletcher. Yeah, thanks for coming forward with that motion. Keep working with Mr. Newendorf on it. We'll discuss whether it makes sense on a going forward basis, whether we can meet those tests, and there's some very capable people in the room. For all those folks that worked on this particular matter, I want to thank all of you. It was very, very professionally done, and Mr. Ruff, thanks again to Ellers for the excellent public finance assistance that you render to the city of Edina. So, Mr. Newendorf.
Just one reminder, Resolution 2013-23 is one of two pieces. So there's also an HRA companion item that should be heard before we go to the next topic.
Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to reconvene the HRA?
Do we have to adjourn this first? Do we have to move to adjourn first?
We could probably move to recess the council meeting.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to recess the council, or again, recess the council meeting. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Is there a motion to reconvene the HRA?
So moved. Second.
We got a motion and a second to reconvene the HRA for the purpose of discussing item 6 on the HRA agenda. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
I'll move Resolution 2014-2.
Second.
The motion and a second to adopt HRA Resolution 2014-2. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Is there a motion to adjourn the HRA?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to adjourn the HRA discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Is there a motion to reconvene the council meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to reconvene the council meeting. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Joni.
Opposed?
And seconded.
Carried. All right, we got slightly out of sequence there. The old mayor got you slightly out of sequence, but I think we're okay. Elliot? City of Edina and Edina Public Schools partnership goal. Oh, excuse me, community comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to come forward and address the council on a matter that's not in front of the council this evening, not on the council agenda? Seeing no one coming forward, we'll move on to the next portion of the agenda, which is reports and recommendations. And the first matter is Manager Neal, I believe, with the City of Edina and the Edina Public Schools partnership goals.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's in front of you tonight are what we call our targeted partnership goals, and these are largely put together in a collaboration with the Edina School District staff, and really are meant to kind of display for the council the kind of things that, from a staff-to-staff standpoint, that we're working on together with the school district. So it gives you a sense of who's doing it, what's doing it, or excuse me, who's doing it and what we're doing, and just a little bit about how we work together effectively in the community. One thing that I met with the superintendent today, that one thing, this isn't meant to be a completely inclusive list, that we work on 100 other things outside of this on a day-to-day basis. But what we're trying to show in this sense, in this list of items really are the priorities that we're getting from our respective boards and council. One thing that I would tell you that I think we both agree that we left off the list inadvertently was the active routes to school issue. And I think we both, it doesn't mean we're not working on it, because we both actively are working on it, but in terms of a notable item that did not make the list because we failed to include it is that item.
Okay.
Anyone on the council have a question or comment regarding the proposed goals, the targeted partnership goals?
No, but I thought it was great to receive. Thank you.
The one question I had with regard to number one, as it relates to the Grandview area plan, I was wondering if Mr. Neuendorf ought to be part of some of those discussions on Grandview. It's just right now listing Superintendent Dressen and I don't know who Stein is, but then it's you and Ann Catry.
He will be.
All right,
definitely.
Thank you. All right.
Stein in that case is Troy Stein, and he's the new activities and athletic director for the school district.
All right. Okay, so is there a motion to approve the proposed 2014 commitment to partnership goals between the city and the school district?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second discussion? All
Yes, I have a question.
Oh, excuse me.
So, active routes to school.
It's a good idea. We think it's important, and we should include it as part of the list of items that we're working with.
Okay.
All right. Assuming the motion includes number 8, active routes to school. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
So Mayor, to clarify, and Manager Neal to clarify, it's going to be added?
Yes.
Or it's being, okay.
No, I spoke directly with the superintendent today, and we both agreed that we would add an item. So there would be an item 8, and we'll put some language around it, but it'll be about active routes to school.
Great. Thank you.
The next matter Clerk Mangan has, it's a potential new on-sale wine and beer license for Red's Savoy, which is a new pizza place on West 77th Street.
Correct, Your Honor. Savoy Edina LLC is doing business as Red Savoy on West 77th Street, and they've applied for a new wine and on-sale beer license. There'll be a new restaurant. In fact, they are open serving food at this time, but they are awaiting consideration by you and the state to get their wine license. All necessary applications have been filed. The fees have been paid. All the departments have reviewed, and the police departments completed their background investigation. For your consideration, Sergeant Olson's memo was addressed, and it's before you for consideration at this time.
All right. Questions regarding this matter? Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to issue a new on-sale wine and beer license to Red Savoy Pizza. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Is there someone? Yeah. Are you a couple of the owners? We are. Come on up. This is your chance. I was in there the other day when they had the grand opening next door, so I stuck my head in Red Savoy.
That's,
and didn't have time to grab a piece of pizza, but it looked good. So give us your names, please, and tell us a little bit about your business.
Michael Mergens, my partner Mike Mentz. We are, as Clerk Mangan said, open, serving food. We are proud to be a member of the city of Edina, and hope to see all of you coming in and enjoying our lunch buffet, and as being willing to take an adventure and try a little sauerkraut on a pizza.
And you should talk a little bit about how you sell the pizza, because I think this is the first time I've seen it by the slice.
Yes, we sell.
At least in Edina.
We do sell by the slice.
Hello, that pizza does. Okay, go ahead.
Our slices are double what most other slices are. It's really a quarter of a pizza. And for those of you who have not tried Red Savoy, it is a very bold flavored pizza. The sauce is spicier than average. It's completely different variety, and it's loaded with cheese and toppings. So
it's arrabbiata.
Yeah, it's one of the best. It has been voted by Esquire magazine to be one of the 14 most life-changing pizzas in America. So we are.
What's number one?
Proud to be part of the city, and look forward to a number of years of working with you on all fronts.
Does that mean like your waistline goes from 32 to 42 or something? Because it's life
It is growing daily, Mayor.
Yeah,
that it is.
All right. Well, you are two of 7 owners.
Yes.
And we welcome you to Edina. I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
And I will be there shortly.
Sounds good.
All right.
Thank you.
And you'll have your license ready. I'll sign it tonight. So.
Great. Thank you.
Yep. All right. Director Catry has the next matter. Which is some issues involving the sports dome that have arisen, and some projected cost increases based on soil conditions primarily, and a few other things as well.
Thank you, Mayor Hovland, members of the council. I have before you an update on our budget for the sports dome, rink, and arena improvements. And I would like to start out, Jen, if it's okay, I'd like to use the overhead and show you some renderings that we have for the site. I'd like to start out by showing you an overview of the proposed site. As you will recognize, the West Arena, the Hornets Nest, the East Arena, and the South Arena. As we're proposing, we have the addition of the outdoor ice rink and fire pit, and the ice rink has a roof on it. We're proposing some new drive access routes all the way around the dome. We have a 250 by 400 foot dome. We have a storage facility for the dome fabric and lights during the off season. This area is the equipment area for the inflation units for the dome. This is the vehicle airlock for the dome and the new accessory building for the dome. This shows a 3D rendering of what this area could look like. So we're looking as if we're standing in the southeast corner looking to the northwest. So here we have the proposed roof for the hockey rink, and again just showing a rendering of what the dome and the other accessory buildings would look like. And then just two more to show you. This one, I have my architect here tonight, Kathy Wallace from the Cunningham Group, and Paul Calais from RJM. And Kathy was a little distressed that all of the pictures that I'm showing you tonight are in shades of gray, white, or black. So it's not really showing a great depiction of what it's going to look like in color. But you can see we're proposing a fire pit in this location. This is the Hornet's Nest. And then this would be the entrance into the East Arena. And this would be the new entrance into the East Arena for the new mechanical units for the ammonia refrigeration system. And then the last diagram that I would like to show you is the proposed changes in the East Arena. As part of this project, we're proposing to add some locker room changing facilities. We're proposing to change out the mechanical rooms. Here's the locker rooms, and then there would be some renovated office space in that area as well. So there's some pretty significant changes inside the arena proposed as well. So Jen, if it's okay, I'd like to switch back to the PowerPoint. So originally, we were estimating the project really quite well in terms of the accessory building, the dome and support building, the East Arena renovation, and the outdoor ice sheet. Where we were under budget in our estimates are on the East Arena ice equipment and the site work that is involved in this project. And Paul Calais from RJM would be happy to answer any questions about the details of that site work. But essentially, we're looking at a difference in our project budget of just over $2 million. And what I would like to mention on that is in that budget, we do have $500,000 that was originally proposed as an alternate for Tedlar coating and insulation for the dome and new field lights at the soccer field site or at the dome site. And those are included in that estimate. So based on what we heard from the council regarding the Gulf Dome and based on what we feel we need from that site, that $500,000 that could be included as an alternate is included in that $2 million. I didn't want to come back to the council again and say, well, here's another $500,000 that we could potentially spend. So I included that in the estimate. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. And as I mentioned, Paul and Kathy are here to answer any specific questions about the additional site work that's required.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. You and I visited about this a couple of days ago, before the weekend, and looking at ways to mitigate at least part of this $2 million. You were talking about something at Pamela. Are you prepared to talk about that tonight and any cost savings that might provide?
I have an estimate from our landscape architect at Pamela. We have not gone to the extent with that project at this point as we have here where RJM has actually shopped the project out to potential vendors. So I have the original estimate, and so far everything is looking really good. In fact, we're looking to be approximately $500,000 under budget on that project. But I feel comfortable saying that we are going to be on budget with that project, but it's looking good.
Well, from what it looks like here, the difficulties have to do with the site, more so than the structure that will result from this construction.
That is correct.
Okay.
Other question, Member Swenson?
Yeah, I think Mary and I always knew this site was tough because I remember back at that Blue Ribbon Commission, and to get it big enough, you do have to push back into the hill, and you do need to put in some retaining walls. So I guess I wasn't surprised when I read that at all.
The Member Swenson, the retaining walls are significant,
Yeah.
and with the addition of the skating rink, we bumped the sports dome even further north, creating even more of a retaining wall situation both to the north and to the west. So that is definitely an issue. Another thing that came about that we weren't anticipating is we did find some construction materials that were buried underneath that site that we weren't anticipating. So it is requiring a fairly significant soil correction as well.
Member Sprague.
What's the savings on the Pamela Park adjustment to do the larger artificial and then take away the peat field?
There is approximately $500,000 savings in that project. A sand peat field runs in the $450,000 to $500,000 range. What we're proposing with this project is to just regrade and put in a high quality grass field in its place. And we're proposing to slightly expand the size of the artificial turf, which would make the artificial turf field at Pamela roughly the same size as what we have in a grass field at Braemar right now. That grass field has been a prize field for the Edina Soccer Club because they have the ability to run games in the east-west direction in addition to the north and south direction. So by expanding the width of that artificial turf field by approximately 20 or 25 feet, it's going to essentially double the use of the really high-quality use of that field that we'll be able to achieve.
I actually think that's ends up to be a higher and better use in that park, to have a little multi-purpose area and not everything so programmed out. So I'd like to see that change. So really, it's a with the savings there, not including the additions we had from before, it's $1 million over the original estimate, mainly due to the soil correction.
That is correct, yes.
And the outdoor fire pit that's a gas fire pit, correct?
It is, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Have you looked at the CIP to see if there's anything you can defer as we try to figure out how to cover this additional unanticipated expense?
Mayor Hovland, actually I did, and we do have some projects at Edinburgh that we could defer this year to help cover the cost of that expense if that is a desire. One other option, and I'm not sure how popular this would be, but one other option to save about $1.5 million would be to not do the outdoor refrigerated rink at this time. We could do the soil corrections, we could put in the refrigeration system, and we could essentially prep the soil and the site, but just not put in the boards, the refrigeration system, and the roof, and also not make the arena improvements. That would save about $1.5 million.
Well, let me ask you about Edinburgh. What would be the amount of expenditure we could defer there?
Mayor Hovland, I don't have the numbers, the specific numbers in front of me, but one project that we have at Edinburgh this year is the locker room renovation. And my best recollection is that's about a $500,000 project.
Member Bennett.
Well, are you through with your line of
Just
questioning?
thinking, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, just
So
thinking about
just to clarify, and we had some comments on this in correspondence regarding the Braemar Fred Richards Golf Course questions. Is any of this work in the CIP at this time?
Member Bennett, none of this work is in the CIP at this time.
Okay. And nor has there been a bond issued. There were a couple of letters that referenced 13 million in bonds that have been issued. That has not taken place, correct?
No, it has not happened, Member
And
Bennett.
there also has been no levy yet even determined, let alone established or voted upon to pay for these, correct?
That is correct, Member Bennett.
Okay, thank you.
Was there any promise made to any of the organizations that we have contracts with over at Edinburgh that the locker room project would be completed this year?
Mayor Hovland, the Edina Swim Club would be expecting that the locker rooms be completed at Edinburgh this year, but in terms of a contract, no, we have nothing in writing
That was
is
no
requiring
element of
this.
the contract that we have with them that they required as a condition of that contractual obligation that we do that work in 2014.
That is correct, Mayor Hovland. We have no contracts.
What's the pleasure of the council on this? It seems like if we're going to do this, we should be doing it right.
Honestly, the projects that we've approved in the plan, I think, creates a great synergy at that complex, and that's part of the reason I think the site came up high on our choices. So, all of the project elements that we approved before, I'm so comfortable with. I like how this has evolved, the design of it, as well as the Pamela Park plan, how that evolved. It's disappointing that there's unanticipated soil correction costs, but that goes with the territory without saying. So I'm not sure how comfortable I am deferring locker room improvements that were promised to the Youth Athletic Association that kind of helped us bail out a bad situation over there. So I think I would just move to approve this.
I think that's a conversation we can have at a subsequent
I know.
time, but
Yeah.
I think just
Yeah.
charging Director Kotry with the idea of coming up with some other ideas other than Pamela Park would be appropriate.
Yep.
But, yeah, I agree with, I think my colleagues that we should proceed on here.
So I second it.
Okay. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Carried.
I'm going to ask your permission to leave. I think
All
I've
right.
held out as long as
Yeah.
I can.
Thank you.
I'd like to make it through Dubois because it's a great project, but I know he'll do
Motion
fine.
to adjourn, Councilmember Swenson.
All right. Get well soon. All right, next matter before us is the final plat, development agreements, and preservation easements on Acres du Bois.
Thank you, Mayor.
Director Teague.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. 3 actions requested this evening. The adoption of a resolution approving the final plat, the development contract, and the tree and slope preservation easement. As you recall, the council approved preliminary plat of the Acres du Bois subdivision on behalf of the Seidel family back in April of 2013. The final plat before you is consistent with that preliminary plat, no changes to the lot lines. Do want to draw attention to the drainage and utility easements have changed slightly. They're slightly larger around the roadway as it comes in. The applicant has been working with our engineering department and their engineer. The goal was to retain more of the water up on the hill rather than running it down off the site, as the council is well aware of the drainage issues in town. So this was a step that they've taken to try to contain more of that drainage on their site. So that a positive improvement. Also before the council is the development contract for the road construction. Again, the applicants worked hard with our engineering department and the city attorney and we're ready to go with that. And also the slope and tree preservation easement that permanently protects the slope and many of those mature trees on that slope area. So with that, staff would recommend that you adopt the resolution approving the final plat and approve the development contract and tree and slope preservation easement.
Member Bennett?
Yes, thank you. Director Teague, just a few questions about this. So at this point, only lots 5, 6, 7, and part of 8 would be part of the slope and tree preservation easement,
That's
correct? Okay. And there were, I think the original application stated that 50 trees would be preserved. That number is now 10. Is that also correct?
Within the easement area, some of those trees could be saved and protected during construction. It's in walking the site with the city forester and the applicant, we thought that leaving those individual choices up to property owners might be the most appropriate. Some of those trees behind lots 1, 2, 3, and 4 weren't in the greatest condition. So that's part of the reason for the reduction in size.
But again, what the agreement requires, the preservation of is just 10 trees now.
Correct.
Okay. And then, let's see. What happens with the Morningside Road sidewalk? So the developer's agreement is clear that the construction of the new street sidewalk will be part of the developer's cost. What happens with the Morningside Road sidewalk? Right now, it has a couple of curb cuts on it. The sidewalk that runs along the south side of Morningside Road, there's sidewalk on both the north and south side. Is it reasonable or accurate to see that that will be the responsibility of the new property owner of that lot?
To maintain that sidewalk?
To either maintain it during construction, would it be not subject to the rules that all other construction or redevelopment in the city would be subject to, which is that if the existing sidewalk is preserved undamaged during construction, except that they do have to fill in the curb cuts, then they don't have to replace it. But if they damage it, they have to replace what they damage. And if they end up taking it out to facilitate reconstruction, the new property owner would then need to replace that sidewalk. Is that correct?
They would, that's correct.
Okay, so it would be subject to the same construction management rules.
Correct, yep.
Okay. Even though, okay. Thinking, which are only triggered by a demolition and reconstruction, or do we have that same rule regarding sidewalk for development of a previously undeveloped space?
Boy, that one I'm not sure if that.
Is there any, well, we just want to make it clear, I think, going forward, that there's a sidewalk there today, there needs to be a sidewalk there going forward, and it would seem to be consistent with practice and code elsewhere that it would be the new property owner's responsibility to accomplish that.
It would. It would seem to me. I might ask if the city engineer could, if you'd be familiar with that instance.
Well, I'd agree with your thoughts that they should be responsible for it, so maybe it's a line item in here should be added. Yep.
Okay. Just something that
But
makes
they're gonna,
something that
whole
makes it
sidewalk's
clear.
going to be gone based on this development, I imagine, just with the magnitude of construction in here, so it'll be a new sidewalk, in my opinion.
Well, with the curb cut for the new
Curb cut
street,
and- yeah,
and then
exactly.
the elimination of the curb cuts for existing driveway.
Yep.
And not to put that into the developer agreement for the developer, but just to make it clear that, I guess, my intention isn't to put it into the development agreement, just to see that it's covered.
Yeah, I agree it should be covered. The city shouldn't have to put back the sidewalk based on a development project.
Okay. So however we need to accomplish that, that's another concern. And then finally, question regarding what the grading limits are and what the meaning of that term is. What can be done within the grading limits? Let me see if I have a diagram of them. My understanding is that they are larger and that they also extend onto lots 1, 2, 3, 4.
I'm not seeing a
I don't think
grading-
it's in our packet. Maybe would the proponent be able to show us the map that includes those?
The approved grading plan would still stand from the original approval. This is just the plat that's...
Okay, so there was a grading line shown with the original packet. That also showed some other things that have been changed, but the grading limit would continue to stand?
They should, unless the engineer would like to address that. But yes, there is an approved grading plan that was part of the preliminary plat that they would have to
Okay,
meet
can we
that.
ask the engineer to, is there, okay, great.
Mayor, members of the City Council, yes, we had a grading plan that showed grading limits as part of our preliminary grading plan, and so that would remain the same. We haven't proposed changing that.
And what does that mean in terms of what activities can be done within and outside that line, beyond the grading limit, between the grading limit and the property line? Can fill be brought in? Can soil be removed? Retaining walls built? What does that mean?
Well, from our perspective, when we design any preliminary grading plan, we don't know what size house, what type of house is going to go on the property. So we make an educated guess on what an average size house is and establish the grading limits based on that. But if a house comes in bigger, a different shape, a different architectural design, that would certainly change the grading limits. They could get either shorter or longer, depending on the type of home that's going to be built on the individual lots.
Could you state your name and address for
Oh,
the
I'm
record?
sorry, Peter Knabley with Terra Engineering.
Thank you.
So then the grading limits are set by the developer or ultimate builder, not by what was applied for?
Well, the grading limits that we show, again, are our estimates of based on typical house pads where that grading limit is. I would expect, unless there's a different rule that would apply, that it would be subject to the final house plan that comes in where that ultimate grading limit would be established.
Okay.
Right, the general grading plan would be done as part of the roadway construction. And then when an individual building permit is pulled for each site, the grading could be altered at that time, and that's the engineering department would review the grading for that individual site, similar to any other building permit in town for a tear down and rebuild.
And once those grading limits are set by ultimate application for permit review and approval, what is regulated by those grading limits?
It's the ordinance it's the recently amended zoning ordinance that covers grading and drainage. So it's just the general regulations in the zoning ordinance would apply.
And there's supposed to be a plan attached, Plan B, which deals with all of these issues, and then I suppose they get modified slightly, but
exactly.
You've got a Plan B, not what you
Not Plan
think
B.
about as Plan A, Plan B, but you call it this designated Plan B, and it's the grading and erosion control plan.
Right, that was the one that was approved as part of the preliminary plat approval.
And that's been incorporated into the development agreement.
Right.
So I feel like I still don't have well, okay, so the activities that were prohibited, but there really are no activities in our construction plan. It refers to the shift of drainage onto adjacent property, but it doesn't. Here, the bottom line question is, if the idea is slope preservation, and you've got a grading line, does that line then work to prevent in the long term fill being brought in, perhaps a level yard created through construction of retaining walls, does it actually then preserve the slope, or is it simply something in which there's an inspection of activity, but in fact that slope could be changed or altered or even eliminated by construction activities?
Yeah, I think that's correct. Our goal as part of the both the slope preservation and the tree preservation easement is that there would be no encroachment into that easement. You know, the easement's designated as part of and it's recorded against the property, so there will not be any grading within that slope easement. On the other lots that aren't encumbered by that, basically it's going to depend again on the architecture for the individual home. For example, on lots 1, 2, and 3 that aren't encumbered by that slope easement, if somebody wanted to put a swimming pool in their backyard that we didn't show on our grading plan, I would imagine that would be up to the building department at the time that home plan comes in. If it doesn't encroach on the tree or the slope easement, I would expect that would be allowed to proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Member Sprague.
Can I have the applicant just walk me through the tree inventory and how that ended up and how we went from 50 to 10, just so we have that on the record?
Sure, yeah. Frank Seidel. I live at 4232 Oakdale, on the north side of the proposed subdivision. The trees, Councilmember Sprague, you and I walked through the property. Most of the council walked through the property. I've walked through it with the city forester, with Mr. Teague, and with private forester from Rainbow Tree. And the decision to drop down on the numbers was based on relative health of the tree stock. The trees that were on the west borderline on top of the hill were all aged out spruce trees, and they really took a beating in the last couple of years where we droughted out in part of the summer. Most of those have since passed away, unfortunately.
They're denuded towards the top,
yeah,
most of them.
Yeah,
okay.
And the decision was made, as Mr. Teague had made comment, to leave the decision on whether to keep those trees or remove those trees to the new property owners rather than try to protect them. It just didn't seem to make sense to put any kind of protection around them at that point. So we concentrated more on the trees that were actually in the slope, down on the base of the hill. And unfortunately, many of those trees as well were either invasive species or unhealthy. And we went and selected the ones that we thought made the most sense to put the boundaries around and put the protection around those. Also within the tree survey, or the tree easement, I think we put a fairly aggressive replacement strategy in case any one of those trees happens to need to be taken down for some reason. We've asked for a certain diameter, I think 15 diameter inches of new trees to be replaced. I think that's more aggressive than what the city has been recommending in some of their the tree conservation areas that you have. Because the whole point is that we want that to be a wooded hillside. And also we would like to have the city forester be involved in the selection of any new trees that get put in there, just to make sure that we're not planting species that are under current attack or expected to be under current attack, and then we'll have a good variety in there over time. So I'm happy the way that it turned out. I think it was kind of a work in process as we went through, but I think we got the spirit of what we agreed to is there.
So on the Exhibit C, the tree descriptions, I see that the ratings range from fair, good to excellent. So I'm assuming that most of the trees that were not non-invasive, that were not invasive, were below fair and in pretty rough shape.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Seidel, as long as you're at the podium, could you please explain the stormwater management system that you are proposing?
Sure. Yes, I'd be delighted to do that. I'm very happy with the way that turned out. Basically, the original stormwater management system was a infiltration area in the low part of the lot, which happens to be in my wife, Carol, and my backyard. And we were willing to accept that, but it just didn't seem like the best solution. So we asked my civil engineer, Pete Knably, and the Minnehaha Creek watershed people what we should do. We wound up hiring another engineering company that specializes in the groundwater management to help us out with it. And what we came up with is a solution that's quite similar to what you approved for the Byerly's that's being built out on France Avenue. We're proposing to construct an infiltration tank underneath the road, the new road that we're building, that will be sized large enough to handle all of the water that's running off from all the new hardscape surfaces that are on the houses on top of the hill. So that the only water that we'll really need to deal with in the infiltration area that will still be in my backyard is just the hillside, which is actually less than what we're dealing with now. We believe that we can handle all of the Minnehaha Creek watershed requirements for the 100-year storm or 100, whatever the storm thing is. I think it's called a 100-year storm, in that infiltration tank on top of the hill without adding any water to the city storm sewer situation. We think we're confident we can handle it all on site. And I'm really proud of that solution because I know how much of a problem that is for my neighbors and the other people that live in the Morningside community.
Good. Yeah. I thought you'd be excited about that.
Yeah.
And we were excited to see that as well.
Yeah, I hope it becomes
excellent.
I hope it becomes the poster child for future building programs in the city of Edina.
Yeah, outstanding solution, and thank you for your diligence, due diligence, on trying to figure out a solution.
Well, I have to give some accolades to Councilmember Bennett. She was the one that made me aware of what the issues were and made me seek a better solution. So, thank you for your counsel.
All right. In the tree ordinance, as you said, many of us have been over there and walked the property with you and understand the challenges relative to the tree stock that exists there now. A lot of deadfalls.
Yeah.
A lot of troubles. So I think this is a good solution as well.
I think so too.
All right. Thank you. Member Bennett.
I also feel like the stormwater solution is kind of an offset to some of the, I think when you first came forward, there was, we were looking at trees along the tree line, which are damaged, as Member Sprague has pointed out, and also looking at some differentials with slopes along that edge, lots 1, 2, 3, 4. And I think what you're proposing with water is almost kind of an offset to some of the changes that have occurred in other considerations of the project. And I think it is, I think it is a really exemplary way to handle it. And is going to be pretty beneficial both to the area and also as an example to other projects of what can be done.
Great, I'm glad you think so. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Seidel. Any other questions? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion on this matter.
I'll move this matter. I do want to seek the council if we need to, what do we need to do about Morningside Road sidewalk, but otherwise I am happy to move it in its entirety.
All right. Second. Got a motion and a second. On all three elements here, I think they're all embodied in Resolution 2014-20, although there is, just to make certain, we get the final plat, the development contract, and preservation easement, and then the resolution. So we've got a motion and a second.
And Director Teague and Attorney, do we need to specify about the sidewalk, or is that going to be covered by approvals going forward?
I think we can handle that with approvals going forward. We'll let the council know what we find on how we'll handle that specifically.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another great step in this project. So. And then next is the Southdale Medical Building. We've got some ideas on amending some of the conditions involving parking. And Director Teague, you have this matter as well.
I do. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I'll just give a brief overview here and then introduce the applicant to go through the specifics of the project. So the council is asked to consider an amendment to the approved plans for the addition at the Southdale Medical Office Building that you approved late last year. The revisions rose above and just a little bit beyond what staff has the ability to make changes at building permit. So we bring these before you this evening for your consideration. There are two changes, one to the parking ramp and one to the office building. The parking ramp, as you'll see, the applicant has decided not to build the one level of underground parking as was originally proposed. They're proposing to build the proof of parking ramp. It's that fifth level. And then the proof of parking would be an extension of that fifth level. And the applicant will show some graphics of that specifically. The result is 7 less parking spaces at the build-out. The proof of parking still exceeds our code requirement. In regard to the office building, the 2nd through 4th levels have been expanded toward 66th Street above the loading dock area, pulled away from the building. There's a specific user that they have now, then they'd like to reposition the building somewhat. The overall square footage stays the same, and the footprint of the parking ramp stays the same, so there's no change in the setbacks. The building materials remain the same, but they've been repositioned on the site. So with that, I'll introduce, I believe, I'm not sure who's going to exactly present. I believe James O'Shea is going to go through the changes specific.
Thank you, Director Teague. Mr. O'Shea.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm James O'Shea with the Collaborative Design Group, 100 Portland Avenue South, Minneapolis. So we're here in front of you tonight to kind of go back through some of our recent changes and looking to amend our site plan approval that was previously approved 60 days or so ago. So we'll start with the office building. I want to give you a quick run through. What we tried to do, I know it's a little small, hopefully in your package you can kind of see what's going on, but we tried to show you what was previously approved back in October and then what we're doing today. And we'll start with the office building. On the office building, you may recall we had kind of a loading dock issue, which I think some folks were a little sensitive to. And I think fortunately for us, we've got hopefully we've got a tenant that's looking at the space, but they'd like a little bit more presence along 66th. So what we've done is offset the building more towards 66th to make that facade more important, which in turn covers the loading dock area. I'm going to skip forward a few sheets here. Let's see if I can find it. This aerial kind of shows it, I think. If you look at the previous submittal, is there some way of pointing? Do I have a mouse? Oh, thank you. There we go. If you look right here, you can see the building was offset back. That was the previous submittal, and we had approximately 30 feet between the two buildings, the existing building and the new building. What we did is we took that offset out and moved the building forward and then put more space on the back side. So there's now about 50 to 60 feet between the two buildings. So we're creating a plaza in the back. There's an interior courtyard or plaza that we'll have now. And I think actually this is a lot better condition, to be honest with you, because it gets more of the facade towards the street. It covers that loading dock, and then it creates a larger area between the two buildings so that we can actually have a plaza. The finishes and such haven't changed. It's the same design, effectively, so we haven't really changed that. We can kind of go back here. So in that bottom one, you can see that portion of the facade is pushed forward on the right. It's kind of hard to describe, I guess, huh? Some of this is just evolution of the design that you see at the bottom there versus the top. The glass color, even though it looks different in the bottom, is the same as the top. You can see how that facade pushes forward and covers the loading dock area better. This is the loading dock area right in the new one, and before we had an offset in the building where the whole building was pushed back and the loading dock was kind of visible, but it was pushed back, and then we were screening it with trees and a berm. So that's really the office building. It's basically taking what we had and shifting it further towards the street. So we're still well within the setbacks and all that kind of stuff. I think it actually accomplishes part of what what planning was really after initially, is they like that idea more of the new urbanism and pushing things towards the property line. So we're actually doing more of that. On the parking garage, as Carrie said, all we did was really update this diagram for you. The top two numbers haven't changed. So the existing parking spaces at 1254 is the same as was previously submitted. And the required number of parking spaces, because we didn't change the office square footage, is still 1715. The new parking layout, because we shifted parking spaces, went down by 7, as Carrie noted, to 1732. That's with the proof. So day one, we're proposing to provide 1570, which is the same as before. Did that number change? I don't recall that changed, the 1570. That's what you'll have day one, and then we have proof of 1732. So we have 17 more spaces than is required by the ordinance. So we still exceed the ordinance. Previously, we exceeded it by 24 spaces. Now we exceed it by 17. How that kind of came to be was, you may recall at the south end of the site, the 66th end, we had a half a level of below grade parking. And obviously below grade parking is quite costly. So we had a little bit of a cost issue. So we eliminated the half a level below grade and went ahead and built out, or proposing to build out, our 5th level of proof of parking, which was on the south end. When we originally did it, we had only proofed half of the 5th level because we only needed half to meet the ordinance. So what you guys had approved before was 4 full levels plus a half a level on 5, including proof. So what we're saying now is we're going to go ahead and build that proof today, and then we're going to proof the north half of the 5th floor. Does that all make sense? Was that very confusing? So if you look at this drawing, before, this south half of the 5th was proof. We're going to go ahead and build that. Then we're going to turn around and proof the north half of the 5th level to meet our total demand if we need to ever build the proof. And we're eliminating the half a level below grade. So you can kind of see that in the diagrams. The upper diagram shows 4 levels of parking on the right there, and the lower diagram shows 5 levels of parking on the right. So this is kind of the corner view. You can see on the bottom one where we've added a 5th level. Let's go around the corner, I think, here. You can kind of see how what we did is we were able to kind of step on the bottom one. We were able to step that 5th floor down right near our entrance there. So those black panels were there before. Those gray panels were there before. So we extended those a little higher to that 5th level. So that change in elevation from 5 to 4 occurs at that entrance location, or those panel locations. So everything stays, all of the finishes stay the same. The screen that we talked to you about, that is staying the same down at this end. We've still got the glass corner. We use the dark panels to kind of announce points of importance and entrance and that sort of stuff. So that's all stayed the same. Same with the office building. All of the finishes stay the same on the office building. This is a plan. You can kind of see it. It's a working drawing or construction document that we're working on. So you can see that south half, which is the right half of the page there. That's the half of the 5th level. And the office building that office building is not the correct office building in the drawing. That was the old one where the building stepped back at the loading dock there. Our new one goes straight across here. So those are kind of the changes. I see them as 2 changes. One on the parking garage, which we add the half of 5, and one on the office building, we pull that whole facade forward. So.
Questions from council? Comments?
I do. So
Member
what's the new height at the south elevation of the ramp?
We would add 10 feet to the previous. I think that's in the variance. I don't have the variance right. Well, I do have it in front of me. Sorry. Unfortunately, I don't have my glasses with me today. So.
My understanding was it was increasing just 6 inches, the proof.
Oh,
deck.
the proof. Yes,
Right.
yes, that's correct. We don't, yes. Parapet glass box along 66, 45 feet of parapet, and does it say 46.6 at the glass box, I believe it is?
It is in some sheets that are stapled to A205, 5th level parking plan, and proposed height, the 4-level ramp at the top of the parapet north end would have been 34 feet 8 inches. 5-level ramp at top of parapet south end, 45 feet.
Yep.
Proposed height, top of glass box at southeast corner, 46 feet 6 inches.
Yep. I think, though, that previously, I think what Carrie pointed out is with the proof, there's only 6 inches of difference. So, yes, if we'd only built 4 levels, it would have been 34, but we were always proofed to go up another level on the south end. Where it really changes on you is the north end, because we had not proofed the north end, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now we're proofing that. So in the future, if you guys came back and said to us, we want you to build that, and we built it, then that would be taller than was originally conceived. But the south end is only 6 inches taller than was originally submitted and approved and conceived, let's say.
You have more parking demand in that end. That's why you put it on the south side.
Well, we had proofed that side.
Okay.
So it made sense to us that that was the likely side to put it in, you know what I mean? Plus it had to do with our phasing as well. From a construction standpoint, we were starting on the south side. So we were going to build this parking garage in 2 phases so that we could keep the north half of the garage occupied so they could still park there, build the south half, then turn and park there and tear down the north half and rebuild the north half. So it had to do with how we were phasing the project as well, because the south half of the site, the garage and the office building go together. You know what I mean? So we would build those as a single phase and then flip and do the north half as a second phase. So some of it was kind of a constructability issue, I guess I'd say.
I like what I see on the 66th Street side, and actually, I think the whole thing looks like it's more in scale now, the ramp with the building.
The 66th Street side helps on the office building, I think. Pushing that facade forward is...
I'm still bothered by the fact that we don't have more screening of the ramp, more of a decorative skin, for want of a better description. You've got some of those panels on 66th Street, but the Drew side is just one block-long parking ramp with you can see into. You look on page 12, and I'm thinking, I just don't care for how that looks. I think if I was working over there on Drew, I would be off-put by having to look at a block-long parking ramp with no screening on it, no decorative skin, like what we've done down at, what we had them do down at Shops of Centennial Lakes down there where Pinstripes is.
Oh, yep.
It's still a box, but it's got a skin on it that makes it look a little bit better.
You're saying the louvers?
Yeah, the louvers, right. And here your screening on 66th helps. You got some related material on the south east corner.
Yep.
Then you've got the glass elements, which I think are real important. But
yeah, I think there's no doubt we were trying to, from an architectural impact standpoint, kind of try to put some impact on the 66th Street side, you know what I mean, when it came to the screening and even the corner. I think the screening kind of grew out of some comments that you guys had a little bit, but that corner we had always had an element.
That's the front door on
Yeah,
66.
that's kind of the way we saw it. It was Drew and
Traffic.
66.
Yeah.
It was sort of the.
It also seems functional more than just aesthetic in that it marks entrance points.
Yep.
So you have the column, the glass and dark column with the staircase in it, the
We
pedestrian
were also
entrance.
trying to make a connection back to the street at that corner as well, pedestrian connection, you know what I mean? So there's an entry there where people can.
sure.
I'm not certain that people will be coming and going there, you know what I mean? Because I think most people will park and then go through the parking garage to the office building. But it's potential that could
Those
get
glass
used.
elements help connect it back to the building too. I mean, you've got some.
I think there's no
glass
doubt we were
elements.
trying to tie some of the materiality back to the office building so that we had, this, I guess we'll all have to be individual judges when it gets built, but the glass corner on the parking garage that you see was trying to get back to, kind of to reflect the glass corner on the office building. You know what I mean? It's a larger chunk of the same thing, so as to speak. So we're kind of end capping the two ends of this development, let's call it.
To me, it would help if you used, some of those same those screens. You've got it looks like a half a dozen of them on the 66th Street side.
Mm-hmm.
If you went around, if you marched around the corner onto Drew, and you had a half a dozen on the south side of the ramp on Drew and a half a dozen on the north, to try to create that theme around the ramp, and I don't know what the north end looks like, but you've got the parking garage entrance on Drew, and you've got that same dark material.
Yeah, we tried to use the darker precast kind of vertically to symbolically locate you on the site.
Yeah, and I
at
think
the entrances in the corner there, I think.
It ties it to the corner.
So, yep.
But I still think that it doesn't look quite right to me, but
Yeah.
I know my colleagues didn't have the same concern last time, and so I would defer to them, really.
Hey, wouldn't want it to be more decorative, but I myself felt that the 66 side was the important elevation to get right. That's where most of the traffic is going by it, and then ties back to that front door of the office. So,
Hey, it's a sizable ramp, but we're trying to solve a parking problem too. So we're trying to consolidate more of our parking to the ramp and get it to circulate better. So there's like a speed ramp on one end of the ramp currently. And so we're doing an interior ramp with a sloped floor so that you can just keep spinning up the building, so as to speak. So I think part of our goal, this is a tough site. There's a lot on this site. And one of our goals was to try and improve the parking with the piece that we were affecting. So we're not affecting the west side parking lot, for instance, out in front of the existing building. So I think our goal was to try and improve this parking condition. And that's another reason why we, took the floors through. So like the third floor right now is only a half a level, and we're extending that third level all the way across. So if we can get traffic kind of circulating through this ramp more efficiently, we think we'll get more people to use it probably, and probably ease up on some of the parking out front. Everybody comes in off of 65th and turns in that first entrance. You know what I mean? So they don't get, if you just look at their pure traffic counts, they really don't get as much off of 66th. So a lot of people are coming off of 65th. But what we'd really like to see is people coming off of Drew.
I don't have any problem with the functionality of it. It's the aesthetics of it that are bothering me on the Drew Avenue side. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think we were trying to, one of the things is that we had tried to address, I think, in I think it may have been Councilman Bennett that brought it up, that we were pulling out all the trees because they were going to die anyway and replant that whole facade along there, and then we're doing redoing all the city pavers along that side and everything. So I think part of our hope was to screen it with a softer material rather than more of an architectural material along there.
Yeah, I mean, it's, you got trees drawn in here that aren't going to look that way for 15 years.
Yep.
So, I mean, to me, that doesn't do it. I like the softening notion over time, but I still think you ought to do something with that Drew Avenue side.
I mean, we could certainly take a look at those sorts of things. Hey,
What would your options be?
Put some of the panels like you got on 66th Street on the Drew Avenue
I don't
side.
think we'd do...
or something.
Yeah, I think if you were doing it, it would be more like a screening material of some sort. Rather, one of the things about the black material on the left is it's open, and under the building code, we have to have a certain amount of open area to produce an open parking garage, which eliminates all these HVAC and mechanical issues and stuff.
We understand that.
So, well, no, so what I'm getting at is I think whatever we would do would be more of an open material. I don't think we'd do the more solid panels. Sure. But that would be one way, obviously, to break up that facade would be to do some more solid panels. But I think we'd probably shy away from that, just trying to maintain our open area on our garage. So we didn't. That would produce a whole new set of problems, I think. So it would probably be some form of screening material. And we would want it to be consistent, whatever we were doing. So, I mean, we wouldn't want to change. You know what I mean? So if we did screening material A on the south side, we'd want to do A wherever we put it on the other sides too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm not suggesting you use solid material. What I see on the south side, on the 66th Street side, is a material that I can see through based on your drawing.
Yes, that's a screening material. So it's transparent.
And that's what I'm getting at, is a screening material.
Isn't it?
Huh?
Isn't it some type of metal chain link or?
Yeah, I think the two things that we talked to you guys about was a metal mesh or a perforated metal of some sort, which give you similar effects from, the street. They both have openings in them. So we're trying to have something with openings. Kind of like the connection that people can make between the activity in the garage and the streetscape, as well as the garage out to the streetscape, So.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to screen the whole thing on the Drew side. I'm just saying put some more some of those.
Well, if you did, I'd have to invite Paul up and he could talk to you. So.
Well, I'll chime in here. I don't have any problem with what's being proposed here. I actually think pulling the building toward 66th a little bit actually solves a bit of the aesthetic discussion we had about the loading dock. So, no, I have no problem with this. I think it's.
I would agree. I think that's a plus.
Yeah, I do too. And it does what it needs to do for you, and I think in the end it improves it.
I think that helps. I think it'll actually help I think it'll make the garage facade on 66th stronger too. Because those buildings, they don't time out. I don't know that we even would want them to time out exactly, but it provides a little bit more of a continuity along that 66th side.
Well, it's a real collection of evolution in that spot right now of this was done then and that was done then, and they're pieces that have just kind of been put together, and this actually finishes it kind of.
This is really, even though you may not think of it this way, I look at this thing as a campus because it's getting to a scale where it's starting to become a campus, and lots of times on campuses you find those eras, those differences in eras, and that can actually be very unique. Sometimes it's a little harsh, but it can also be very unique. It tells a story, sort of, about the corner.
All right, you want to move this matter, Member Brindle?
I will move this matter.
I will second.
All right, you got a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2014-21. Further discussion?
Yeah, I think you're right on that side. We should explore some other options. With before it was going to be built, I know we had proof of parking, but it's going to be built as a 4-level structure, and at 5 levels as built, it's getting pretty massive on that Drew side. So it would be, I think, in our best interest to try to do some. I don't know. I don't think half a dozen. Maybe it's just select panels. So I don't know how we leave that to the discretion of the city community development director, or how we add that in.
I don't think he wants that kind of authority. That kind of discretion.
I'd be comfortable with if you're going to require some type of elements. I think I have an idea of what you're after here.
We do the same thing with landscaping, so when it's a desire to screen, so I would be comfortable with that.
Mover and the seconder would both be comfortable with that addition?
Yep, that's fine.
All right. Are we clear on the motion and the second with the discretion vested in our in Director Teague to look at some screening material for the Drew Avenue side?
For parts of the Drew Avenue side.
Parts of the Drew Avenue side.
Selected areas.
No.
Yeah.
All right. Further discussion? You just got my vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Don't stay too late.
All right. Resolution 2014-19, accepting various donations.
So moved.
Is a second? Got a motion and a second to approve Resolution 2014-19, accepting donations on behalf of the City of Edina. Discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. We've got some nice material contributions from Nancy Ward, Patricia Haynes, and Sally Schultz. This reporting period, Linda Cherney as well. And then a nice, generous gift from the NC Little Hospice, $1,000 to the Edina Fire Department. Thank you, Bob Solheim and the NC Little Memorial Hospice. And correspondence of petitions. I take it that everything that's come in is on the dais. All right. Aviation noise update, anything? Member Bennett, I've got one minor thing. You go ahead.
Well, you go ahead, and have you heard anything from the FAA?
I heard from Jeff Hamill at the MAC that the letter should be here now within a week.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. The noise report, the operations report is its title, for the month of January is on the Noise Oversight Committee website at macnoise.com. The Edina leads in complaints for the month of January. The flights, it gives the week-by-week breakdown of concentrations of flights. They remain pretty consistent with what we've seen in the past. That lets us know some of the density. It doesn't let us know what people are experiencing in terms of noise or what is objectively being measured in terms of noise because, of course, there are no remote monitoring towers in our community. This is something that we're trying to address. We are making an application which is being directed through the Noise Oversight Committee. Manager Neal and possibly Member Swenson and I will be meeting with John Bergman, City Council member from Apple Valley, who is the representative for all the at-large cities, including Edina, on the Noise Oversight Committee, and we will be meeting with him on Thursday morning. We understand from staff at the Metropolitan Airports Commission that the location of those towers would be up to the MAC.
Good, thank you. Manager Neal.
Just a quick update that we are making some pretty good progress on getting our itinerary booked for the National League of Cities conference, and we'll be council members Bennett, Brindle, and Sprague have committed to attend that trip to meet with not only for the National League of Cities conference itself, but also to spend some time on the Hill meeting with the the electeds and probably their staffs too, Senator Franken, Senator Klobuchar, and Congressman Paulson and Congressman Ellison, and probably some agency contacts as well. So it's going to be a busy couple of days, and it's the March 8th through the 12th.
I also learned that I have been appointed to the National League of Cities Transportation and Infrastructure Policy Committee, as well as First Tier Suburbs Committee. And the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee will be meeting on the afternoon of Sunday, March 9th, beginning at 1. So hopefully be able to attend the noise presentations that morning, the Transportation Committee activities that afternoon, and then the First Tier Suburbs group will meet on Monday, the 10th.
And I'll be at the downtown redevelopment Sunday morning while you're at the noise, but I may come over if I get done and hear what's going on. So, yeah.
The noise group meeting I think is 9 to 3, so I'm planning to go to that all day on Sunday.
Oh, it's 9 to 3, so I think I'm done at noon, so I'll come over.
What's that Sunday date? Is that the 8th?
The 9th.
9th.
Saturday's the 8th.
Okay. And what are the congressional meetings or the delegation meetings?
Monday and Tuesday. And when we get we're working on the final itinerary right now, and when we get that ready, we'll share that with all council members.
All right. Mayor and council comments. Member Sprague.
My wife is going to miss me when I'm gone in D.C., I can tell you right now. That's a lot of work for those kids, but I'll be with her in spirit. That's all I got tonight.
All right. Member Bennett.
I think I have nothing to add. Thank you.
All right. Member Brindle.
Nothing.
We're all commiserating with Member Sprague's wife. All right. The work continues on Southwest LRT. I'm still optimistic it will come to a solution here and get this line built. So in the meantime, the Corridor Management Committee continues its work. And I think we'll be asked to make a follow-up recommendation to the Met Council that would follow our original recommendation. I'm not sure if it'll be identical, but I think we'll be asked to come up with another recommendation. Anyway, that's all I've got.
None for me tonight, thanks.
Thank you. All right. We finished all the HRA business, and we stand adjourned.
Look at that time.